Hi, and welcome to Lines to Sleep, where words become your pathway to relaxation and help you drift off into sweet dreams. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. I'd love to know, where are you watching from, and what time is it there? Find your comfort, let go of the day, and let's begin this journey together now. I never imagined that a single night could alter the course of one's destiny so irrevocably. Yet, as I wandered through the rain, slicked streets of our neon-lit city, the sense of foreboding mingled with the hum of electric signs and distant sirens. I was a gambler by fate and by choice, a man whose life had been a series of desperate bets and even more desperate escapes. That night, as the rain began to taper off into a quiet drizzle, I found myself standing at the threshold of a destiny I could neither fully comprehend nor escape. It was past midnight when I first noticed the stranger. I was leaning against a crumbling brick wall near an abandoned arcade, nursing the remnants of a bitter loss at one of the underground gaming dens. The city was alive with its usual blend of hope and despair. A cacophony of honking cars, murmurs of lost souls, and the neon glow that made the darkness seem almost tangible. In that surreal moment, I caught sight of a figure emerging from the shadows, a silhouette framed by the pulsing light of a flickering sign. The stranger's presence was subtle yet undeniable, and I felt an inexplicable chill run down my spine. I wasn't one for superstitions or ghost stories, yet something about his gaze held an ancient sadness, as if he had witnessed countless lives fade away in the unyielding march of fate. "You look like a man in need of a change," he said softly, his voice resonating with a quiet authority that both unsettled and intrigued me. His words, simple as they were, struck a chord deep within, a chord that vibrated with all the hopelessness and desire for redemption that had accumulated over years of living on the edge. I hesitated, caught between the weight of my own doubts and the allure of a promise that seemed too good to be true. The night around us seemed to hold its breath as the stranger stepped closer. "I have a proposition for you," he continued, his eyes glinting with a light that was neither entirely human nor entirely supernatural. A way to turn your fortunes around, a chance to rise above the muck and misery that bind you. His tone left little room for argument, and though my mind screamed in protest at the notion of deals with unknown entities, my heart, battered by years of misfortune, was desperate enough to entertain the possibility. I studied him intently, searching for any sign of deceit or trickery. His face was partially obscured by the brim of a worn hat, but his eyes shone with an almost hypnotic intensity. The pulsating neon lights reflected in those eyes, throwing shifting patterns on the wet pavement and blurring the line between reality and illusion. "What's the catch?" I managed to ask, my voice betraying a mixture of suspicion and hope. He smiled, a slow, enigmatic curl of the lips that hinted at secrets older than the city itself. "There is always a cost," he replied cryptically. "Every victory, every turn of fortune will come with a price. But you, my friend, are at a crossroads. Do you dare risk it?" I felt my pulse quicken, the implications of his words reverberating through my mind like the echo of a long, forgotten prophecy. Here was an offer that promised to extricate me from the drudgery of a life defined by loss and despair. Yet it came shrouded in mystery and forewarning. I glanced around, at the decaying grandeur of the once vibrant neighborhood, at the spectral silhouettes of figures moving in the distance, and at the neon signs proclaiming promises I had long since stopped believing in. In that moment, the city itself seemed to whisper, urging me to take a leap into the unknown. I didn't know then that this chance encounter was merely the opening act of a grander design, a design in which fate and free will intertwined in a dance as old as time. Yet, as I took a step closer to the stranger, I felt an undeniable pull, a gravitational force that suggested that my life, with all its scars and disappointments, was on the verge of a profound transformation. "What must I do?" I asked quietly, my voice almost lost amidst the murmuring urban symphony. He reached into the depths of his coat, and produced a small, leather-bound notebook. The cover was embossed with intricate symbols that shimmered faintly under the neon glow, hints of a language not meant for mortal comprehension. Within these pages, he explained, lies the contract that binds our fates together. Read it, understand it, and if you agree, sign your name. With that stroke, you shall be granted a fortune beyond your wildest dreams. But heed this warning, every gain will carry with it an unseen debt, a shadow that will follow you wherever you go. I took the notebook with trembling hands, feeling the cool leather beneath my fingers, a sensation that seemed to anchor me between two worlds, the tangible grit of the present and the spectral promise of an uncertain future. As I flipped through the pages, my eyes caught on the strange symbols and archaic script, the very words of the contract seeming to pulse with an otherworldly life. I felt both a deep sense of dread and an overwhelming hope, as if the contract held the key to unlocking a destiny I had long believed was forever closed to me. The conversation with the stranger stretched on, punctuated by long pauses and lingering glances into the distance. I found myself recalling every loss, every missed opportunity, every desperate bet had brought me to this desolate point in my life. The memory of empty pockets and broken dreams merged with the hypnotic cadence of his words. There was an almost magnetic pull in the way he described the possibility of triumph, a promise of riches and redemption that I had thought belonged only to myths and fairy tales. Yet, beneath that seductive promise lurked an undeniable warning, a spectral echo of doom that I could not shake off. Remember, he said in a low, hushed tone, that nothing in life is free. Every victory you achieve will exact its toll. There will come a moment when the scales of fate demand balance, and when that time comes, you will have no choice but to pay your due. His words sent shivers down my spine, each syllable resonating with a force that made it clear I was standing at the edge of a precipice. I looked up from the notebook and met his gaze once more. In his eyes, I saw not just the reflection of neon lights, but a depth that spoke of centuries of regret, longing, and inevitability. It was as if he carried the weight of every soul that had ever made a deal with destiny, a burden of fate that was as inexorable as it was mysterious. I struggled to reconcile the allure of a new beginning with the chilling reality of what lay ahead. Could a man like me, battered by life's cruel twists, really seize control of his destiny? Or was I simply a pawn in a cosmic game whose rules were as ancient as the stars? For a long, agonizing moment, the night seemed to stretch on forever. The city's cacophony faded into an almost oppressive silence, and all I could hear was the pounding of my own heart, a reminder of the stakes involved. I recalled the countless nights spent chasing an elusive dream, each one ending in bitter disappointment. In that memory lay the roots of my desperation, a deep, knowing hunger for a chance at redemption, no matter the cost. With every fiber of my being screaming to turn away, I found myself inexplicably drawn toward the stranger's offer. It was as if the very fabric of my existence had been woven with threads of both fate and free will, and now those threads were coming undone before my eyes. The rain had slowed to a gentle mist, and the neon lights seemed to pulse in synchrony with the beating of my heart, each flash of color a reminder of the life I had always wanted but never believed possible. I took a deep breath and, in a moment that felt both inevitable and surreal, nodded my assent. "I'll do it," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. The words, once spoken, felt like the turning of an invisible key, a key that would unlock a series of events I could neither predict nor control. The stranger's smile deepened, and he extended a pen with a deliberate slowness, as though savoring the gravity of the act that was about to take place. My hand trembled as I grasped the pen, and for a brief moment, I wondered if I was signing away not just my fortunes, but my very soul. The pen glided across the page, leaving behind a neat, flowing script that sealed the pact between us. In that instant, I felt an almost imperceptible shift, a subtle stirring in the air that hinted at the unfolding of destiny. The notebook's pages seemed to glow faintly, as if acknowledging the binding of our fates. As I set the pen down, the stranger inclined his head in a gesture of approval. "Your journey begins now," he murmured, his voice echoing with a resonance that made the surrounding neon seem to pulse with life. I clutched the notebook tightly, its weight both a comfort and a reminder of the uncertain path ahead. The rain resumed its soft patter, mingling with the distant hum of the city, and for a moment, everything felt suspended in a fragile balance between hope and despair. I walked away from that fateful meeting with a mix of anticipation and dread. Each step along the slick pavement carried me deeper into a night that promised to unravel the threads of my past and weave a new tapestry of fate. The neon signs overhead blazed with the brilliance of 1,000 broken dreams, and the city itself seemed to whisper secrets of forgotten fortunes and inevitable losses. I couldn't help but feel that I was now part of something much larger than myself, an intricate interplay of chance and destiny that had been set in motion long before I ever placed a bet. In the hours that followed, I wandered through the labyrinthine back alleys of the city, the notebook clutched tightly in my coat pocket. My thoughts swirled like the autumn leaves caught in a gust of wind, each memory a reminder of the risks I had taken and the failures I had endured. Yet, beneath it all, a quiet determination began to stir, the promise of a new beginning, however tainted by the specter of an unknown price, was enough to kindle a spark of hope in the dark recesses of my heart. I found myself drawn to a familiar haunt, a rundown bar on the edge of the district, where the patrons were as much a part of the city's soul as its flickering neon lights. As I stepped inside, the murmur of low conversations and the clinking of glasses formed a backdrop to my inner monologue. I took a seat at a scarred wooden counter and ordered a drink, the amber liquid a temporary solace from the uncertainty gnawing at my mind. Every sip was a reminder of the countless nights spent, chasing the ephemeral high of a win, and yet tonight, I felt a different kind of exhilaration, a heady mix of fear and possibility. The bar's atmosphere was thick with the scent of stale smoke and unfulfilled dreams. I sat there, lost in thought, the notebook hidden beneath my coat like a secret waiting to be unveiled. My mind replayed the stranger's words over and over. The promise of fortune, the cost of every win, and the warning that fate was a double-edged sword. I could almost see the spectral ink of that mysterious contract etching itself into my very being, marking me as someone destined for both glory and ruin. It wasn't long before I was interrupted by the sound of laughter, a boisterous, careless sound that cut through the haze of my contemplation. A group of men at a nearby table celebrated a small victory in their own little world, unaware of the cosmic wager unfolding in the life of the man in the corner. I couldn't help but smile at the irony. Here they were, oblivious to the forces at play, while I carried the burden of a destiny that stretched far beyond the confines of this seedy establishment. In that moment, as the neon reflections danced across the grimy walls of the bar, I realized that my life was no longer governed solely by chance or by the roll of a dice. I was now entangled in a web of cosmic design, each decision rippling out like the echo of a bet placed in the dead of night. The weight of that revelation was almost too much to bear, yet it filled me with a determination to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The hours slipped by in a haze of introspection and quiet resolve. I left the bar and made my way through the city's winding streets, every step a measured descent into a destiny that had been waiting for me all along. The neon signs seemed to guide my path, their garish glow a beacon in the darkness. I passed by shuttered storefronts and abandoned lots, each one whispering stories of lost dreams and forgotten promises. The city was alive with its own heartbeat, a rhythm of hope and despair that mirrored the turmoil within me. As I neared my modest apartment, I paused to catch my breath and gather my thoughts. The notebook lay heavy in my pocket, a constant reminder of the pact that now bound my fate. I could almost hear the stranger's voice echoing in the recesses of my mind, urging me onward even as the shadows closed in around me. It was a promise of change, a siren call that I both dreaded and craved. I unlocked the door to my apartment and stepped inside, the familiar surroundings now tinged with the surreal weight of my decision. That night, I lay awake on a creaking mattress, the silence of my small room broken only by the distant sounds of the city. My thoughts raced as I contemplated the implications of the contract, the price that every victory would demand. In the stillness of the darkness, I began to understand that I was no longer the man I once was. My life had become a precarious balance between the tangible and the ethereal, between the promise of fortune and the inevitability of loss. I wondered if I had already begun to pay the debt of my past, if the shadows that clung to me were the first installments of a price I was doomed to repay. Sleep eluded me as the hours crawled by. Every creak of the floorboards, every distant hunk of a car, sent my imagination spiraling into visions of what was to come. I envisioned the faces of those I had lost, the voices of regrets that would forever haunt me, and the ever-present reminder that every moment of triumph would be tempered by a corresponding sacrifice. Even as exhaustion tugged at the edges of my consciousness, I could not escape the feeling that I had taken the first step on a path that would lead to both my salvation and my ruin. In the early light of dawn, as the city began to stir and the neon signs faded into the gray hues of morning, I rose with a heavy heart and a mind burdened by the weight of my decision. I knew that the encounter with the stranger was not an isolated incident, but the spark that would ignite a chain of events stretching far beyond a single night. The contract, with its promises and warnings, was now etched into my reality, a spectral thread linking my past, present, and the uncertain future that lay ahead. That morning, as I walked the quiet streets and witnessed the city slowly come to life, I felt the dual pull of destiny and free will. Every step was imbued with the knowledge that nothing would ever be the same again. The neon that had once illuminated the darkness of my nights now served as a reminder of the choices I had made, a living testament to the fact that sometimes the most significant changes come not from the roll of a dice, but from a single, fateful moment of decision. I carried the notebook with me as I embarked on another day, its presence both a comfort and a curse. Its pages, filled with cryptic symbols and the promise of fortune, were a constant reminder of the pact that now defined my existence. I didn't yet know the true cost of every win, nor the extent to which the forces of fate would shape my life. All I knew was that I had crossed a threshold, a line between the mundane and the magical, between despair and the tantalizing possibility of redemption. And so, as the city bustled with the mundane rhythms of everyday life, I stepped forward into an unknown future. I was a gambler no longer solely at the mercy of chance, but a man entwined with a destiny that was as mysterious as it was formidable. Every neon glow, every whispered secret of the darkened alleys, spoke to me of promises fulfilled and debts yet to be paid. I had made my choice, and now I would have to live with the consequences. Standing there, beneath the waning light of the early morning, I resolved to confront whatever challenges awaited me, even if it meant embracing both the light and the shadows that danced at the edges of my existence. For in that delicate balance between hope and despair, between fortune and ruin, I sensed the true nature of the Midnight Pact that had been set in motion. My life was no longer a series of random bets, but a carefully orchestrated performance on the stage of fate. With every moment laden with the weight of destiny, I stepped out into the awakening city, a solitary figure bound by a promise as fragile as it was irrevocable. The neon shadows of the night still clung to my soul, whispering secrets of a destiny that was mine to shape or to succumb to. With each stride, I carried the hope that somewhere within the labyrinth of chance and consequence, I could find a way to redeem myself, and perhaps, in doing so, rewrite the narrative of my own existence. The rain had stopped by the time I left the dim glow of the alleyway, where I had first encountered the mysterious stranger. I trudged through puddle laden streets, the weight of the leather, bound notebook heavy in my coat pocket. The city's neon lights shimmered in the damp darkness, each flicker of brilliance now imbued with an ominous promise. My heart pounded in anticipation and dread as I replayed the stranger's enigmatic words over and over in my mind. I had agreed to his proposition, a pact that would soon alter the very fabric of my existence, and I could not shake the feeling that the night was far from over. I found myself drawn to a deserted cafe on the corner of an old street, a place that had once pulsed with life, but now lay in quiet abandonment, its windows dusty and its chairs upturned. Inside, I settled at a rickety table, the silence of the place interrupted only by the soft hum of a flickering neon sign outside. I pulled the notebook from my pocket and opened it, tracing my finger over the intricate symbols embossed on the cover. They seemed to shimmer in the half-light, as though alive with secrets too ancient for words. I knew that within these pages lay the details of my fate, a contract forged in the realm of shadows, binding me to a destiny of both fortune and sacrifice. I spent hours poring over the contents, each line of archaic script and strange symbol whispering promises and warnings in equal measure. The contract was not written in any language I recognized, yet its meaning seeped into my mind like an insidious melody. It spoke of gains unimaginable and victories that defied probability. Yet every boon was counterbalanced by a debt, a price that would exact itself with an inevitability that made my skin crawl. The words seemed to dance on the page, swirling together in a ritualistic cadence that left no doubt. This was a covenant with forces beyond mortal reckoning. My initial shock had slowly given way to a cautious fascination. In a way, the contract felt like a challenge, a gauntlet thrown at my feet by the hand of fate itself. I wondered what it would be like to seize the fortunes promised, to rise above the endless cycle of loss and despair that had defined my life until that moment. The temptation was overwhelming, and even as dread churned in the pit of my stomach, a part of me longed for a chance to rewrite my destiny. The night deepened outside, the quiet murmur of distant traffic and the occasional echo of footsteps serving as a reminder that I was not alone in this labyrinthine city. I made my way back into the rainy streets, my thoughts consumed by the duality of my new reality. Each step was heavy with uncertainty, yet beneath the surface of my trepidation simmered a defiant determination. I had signed away a piece of my future without fully understanding the consequences. And now, as I navigated the shadowed corridors of my existence, I realized that the cost might be far steeper than I had ever imagined. As I walked, the city seemed to change around me. Familiar neon signs took on sinister hues, and the echoes of distant voices sounded less like the hum of urban life and more like disembodied whispers from another realm. I passed by a small park where the silhouettes of bare trees reached out like skeletal hands, their branches twisting into shapes that could easily be mistaken for the grasping fingers of ghosts. Every so often, I caught a fleeting glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye, a flash of darkness that vanished when I turned to look. It was as if the shadows themselves were alive, watching me, waiting for the inevitable toll of my pact to come due. I eventually found shelter in a narrow side street lined with old brick buildings that had seen better days. I paused before a faded mural depicting a long, forgotten hero, its colors muted by time and neglect. For a moment, I allowed myself to wonder if the hero's story might mirror my own, a tale of struggle, loss, and a desperate quest for redemption. But just as quickly as the thought came, it was swept away by a new surge of apprehension. There was no escaping the fact that I had willingly stepped into a deal with forces that did not abide by the rules of our mortal world. That night, I sat alone on a cold stone bench, the notebook open my lap as I wrestled with the enormity of my decision. My mind replayed every detail, the stranger's soft, measured voice, the glint in his eyes that hinted at endless sorrow and hidden truths, and the unmistakable promise that lay woven into the contract's enigmatic script. I began to see the pact not merely as a means to escape a life of misfortune, but as a harbinger of a destiny that was as unpredictable as it was inexorable. Each word on the page resonated within me, merging with the rhythm of my heartbeat until it was impossible to discern where my own thoughts ended and the contract's influence began. Time seemed to stand still as I sat in that alley, lost in contemplation. The world around me was hushed, as though nature itself was holding its breath in anticipation of what was to come. I recalled the many nights I had spent chasing a dream that always slipped away at the last moment. A dream that now seemed tantalizingly close, yet achingly distant. The contract was a promise of transformation, a chance to grasp at something more than the endless cycle of losses that had defined my past. And yet, every promise carried its own price, every victory a shadow that would one day come calling. In the solitude of that darkened street, I resolved that I would not let fear dictate the terms of my fate. I would embrace the uncertainty, and I would confront the consequences of my decision head-on. I understood that I was now bound to a force greater than myself, a cosmic balance that demanded its due regardless of the cost. With that thought as both a challenge and a comfort, I closed the notebook and tucked it securely into my coat. I rose from the bench with a new resolve, ready to face the unfolding mystery of the pact and the destiny it promised. Over the following days, I found that life began to take on an eerie new quality. Each moment was imbued with a strange blend of anticipation and foreboding, as though I were living on the edge of two worlds. The neon glow that had once been a mere backdrop to my nightly wanderings now seemed to pulse with a life of its own, each flicker a reminder of the promise and peril that the contract held. I began to notice subtle changes in my surroundings, an unexpected run of good luck at the gaming tables, chance encounters that defied explanation, and an almost magnetic pull toward places I had once avoided. At first, I welcomed these signs as confirmation that I had made the right choice. Every win at the gambling tables, every minor stroke of fortune, felt like a validation of the pact. It was as though the city itself had turned a blind eye to my previous misfortunes, offering instead a glimpse of the promise that lay ahead. But beneath the surface of each triumph, I sensed an underlying current of something dark and relentless, a debt that was accumulating with every stroke of luck, every minor victory that came at a cost unseen and unimaginable. One evening, as I sat in a smoky back room of one of the underground casinos, I felt that sensation most acutely. The air was thick with the smell of sweat, cigar smoke, and desperation, a heady mix that seemed to amplify the stakes of every wager. I had been on a winning streak, a streak that made me feel invincible, as if the forces that governed chance had finally aligned in my favor. I could feel the eyes of fate upon me, watching, waiting for the moment when the scales would tip and the price of my newfound success would be exacted. I pushed aside the sense of foreboding and focused on the game before me. The cards slid across the green felt with a smooth precision that belied the gravity of the moment. I played with a mix of instinct and determination, each decision a calculated risk that brought me closer to the summit of my ambition. And yet, in the back of my mind, I could not shake the thought that every win was a step further down a path from which there was no turning back. In a lull between rounds, I glanced around the room. The other gamblers were lost in their own struggles, oblivious to the deeper currents at work in my life. But I saw it, the subtle interplay of light and shadow that hinted at a presence behind the veneer of ordinary chance. For a brief moment, it was as if I could sense an invisible ledger, meticulously recording each gain and loss, each decision weighed against the inevitable debt that loomed in the background. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, trying to steady the whirlwind of emotions that threatened to overwhelm me. That night, as I left the casino with pockets heavier than they had been in years, I could not escape the haunting refrain of the stranger's warning. Every victory comes with a cost. The words echoed in my mind, growing louder with each step I took down the rain-slicked streets. I had tasted the sweetness of triumph, but now I could almost feel the bitter tang of the debt that was coming due. A debt that was as inscrutable as it was inexorable. I felt as if I were walking a razor's edge, poised between the exhilaration of success and the dread of an unknown penalty. In the days that followed, the consequences of the pact began to reveal themselves in subtle yet unmistakable ways. I started noticing small signs that defied ordinary explanation. A reflection in a shop window that did not match my own face. Whispers in the wind that seemed to speak in half-formed words, and fleeting shadows that lingered just a moment too long. Each of these occurrences sent shivers down my spine, serving as a constant reminder that the forces I had allied myself with were watching, always ready to claim their due. One evening, I decided to confront my growing unease by returning to the place where it had all begun. The desolate cafe where I had first opened the notebook. I walked through its empty halls, the silence almost oppressive in its intensity. The once familiar tables and chairs now appeared as relics of a past life, their surfaces worn smooth by the passage of time and forgotten dreams. I sat in the very corner where I had first allowed the weight of the contract to settle upon me, and I took the notebook from my pocket once more. Under the soft light of a single, dusty bulb, I began to reread the archaic lines, each symbol and phrase taking on new layers of meaning in the quiet solitude. As I read, a strange transformation took place within me. The fear and apprehension that had once clouded my thoughts began to mix with a fierce determination. I realized that the pact was not merely a chain to bind me, but also a key, one that held the promise of power and transformation if I could unlock its secrets. I resolved that I would not be a passive victim to the forces of fate. Instead, I would seek to understand and, if possible, control the cost that was being exacted with every win. My journey into the heart of the contract took me to unexpected places. I found myself delving into obscure texts and meeting individuals whose knowledge of the arcane far surpassed that of any mortal scholar. In dimly lit back rooms of old libraries and in whispered conversations with eccentric mystics, I sought clues about the origins of the pact and the true nature of the price it demanded. Each fragment of information was like a shard of glass, reflecting a piece of the vast, incomprehensible mosaic that was my destiny. I learned that the contract was not unique to me. It had been made by many before, each individual paying their own personal toll in a ceaseless cycle of fortune and sacrifice. In one such conversation, with a wizened old man in a cluttered bookshop tucked away in a forgotten corner of the city, I discovered that the symbols in my notebook were reminiscent of those used in ancient rituals meant to bind the forces of fate. The old man's eyes glimmered with a secret knowledge as he spoke in hushed tones about cosmic balances and the inescapable debts that must be repaid when one meddles with destiny. Every boon, he said softly, is accompanied by its shadow. The scales of fate never lie, and one day, the ledger will be balanced. His words resonated with a profound truth, and though I felt a chill of apprehension, I also sensed an ember of hope, that perhaps understanding the nature of the debt might offer a way to manage it, or even to change its terms. In the following weeks, as I experienced both the exhilaration of success and the creeping dread of its costs, I began to document every unusual occurrence. I kept a meticulous record of each win, each odd incident that seemed to manifest in the wake of my fortune. There were nights when the neon lights would flicker in time with my heartbeat, and moments when a cold wind would whisper my name, as if it carried a warning from another realm. I documented everything in a journal separate from the mysterious notebook, determined to decipher the intricate web of cause and effect that now governed my life. Yet, even as I delved deeper into this new reality, the dual nature of the contract remained a constant, knowing presence. On the one hand, I reveled in the newfound successes, the accolades, the wealth, the fleeting moments of elation that came with each victory. On the other, I could not ignore the subtle signs that every triumph exacted a hidden toll. My sleep became plagued by vivid dreams, in which I saw visions of a spectral ledger being tallied by unseen hands. In these dreams, each win was recorded with an otherworldly precision, and a shadowy figure would appear, marking the entries with a cold, relentless finality. One particularly restless night, after a long day filled with both small triumphs and unsettling omens, I awoke to find myself drenched in sweat. The remnants of the dream still clung to me. The image of that shadowy figure, its eyes void and its hand outstretched, as if to claim what was rightfully owed. I sat up, my heart pounding furiously, and realized that the time to understand the full magnitude of the pact was drawing near. I could no longer deny that the supernatural forces at play were not content to let me simply enjoy the spoils of fortune without exacting their due. There was a reckoning approaching, and I had only myself to blame for having invited it into my life. Determined to confront the emerging truth, I sought out another meeting with the mysterious informant who had first set this chain of events in motion. I recalled his vague directions and the way his eyes had flickered with both sorrow and urgency. After days of searching through the labyrinthine streets of the city, I eventually found him in a forgotten courtyard behind an old church. The courtyard was overgrown with wild ivy, and the crumbling stone walls whispered of a time when faith and superstition intermingled freely. There he stood, leaning casually against a weathered wall, his presence as enigmatic as ever. "Back for more answers?" he asked, his voice low and measured as I approached him. I hesitated for a moment before replying. "I need to understand the full meaning of this pact. I want to know what I've agreed to, the price I must pay for every fortune I win." His eyes, reflecting the fading light of dusk, met mine with an intensity that made it seem as if he were peering into the depths of my soul. "The cost is not one that can be measured in mere coin or fleeting moments," he said slowly. "It is a debt that touches the very core of your being, a debt that must be repaid in ways you cannot yet imagine." I pressed him further, desperate to grasp even a fragment of the cosmic ledger that now dictated my every step. The conversation stretched long into the night, the courtyard bathed in the silver luminescence of the moon. I listened intently as he recounted tales of other souls who had dared to make similar bargains, their lives forever altered by the delicate balance between gain and sacrifice. As his words sank in, I felt a growing sense of urgency, a need to come to terms with the duality of my new existence before it was too late. The conversation with the stranger not only deepened my understanding of the contract, but also illuminated the stark reality that every moment of triumph was inextricably linked to an unseen cost. It was a revelation that both terrified and fascinated me, leaving me to wonder if there might be a way to renegotiate the terms of fate itself. I left that shadowed courtyard with more questions than answers, but one thing was clear. My life was now part of an intricate web of destiny that extended far beyond the boundaries of mortal comprehension. In the days that followed, I continued to oscillate between moments of exhilarating success and profound introspection. Every small victory at the tables was a reminder of the promise embedded within the contract, a promise that came at a price. And yet, even as the cost grew ever more palpable, I could not help but be drawn further into the seductive embrace of fate. I began to see that the contract was not a static decree, but a living, breathing testament to the delicate balance between light and shadow, hope and despair. It was as though the act of signing had set in motion a series of events that I had no choice but to honor, each one a step on a path paved with both blessings and curses. Now, with each passing day, the duality of the pact became increasingly evident. The neon glow of the city, which had once been a mere backdrop to my nightly wanderings, now served as a constant reminder of the intricate dance between fortune and ruin that defined my every move. I knew that the forces I had aligned myself with were not ones to be trifled with, and that my every action would be scrutinized by an unseen cosmic judge. Yet, in spite of this, I found myself compelled to push forward, determined to unlock the secrets hidden within the contract's cryptic verses. As I resumed my daily routine, a mixture of calculated risks at the gaming tables and quiet moments of reflection in the solitude of my modest apartment, I could feel the influence of the pact seeping into every aspect of my life. The promise of wealth and success was tempered by the ever-present shadow of the cost that would one day be exacted. I began to notice small, inexplicable coincidences that seemed to confirm the connection between my fortunes and the unseen forces at work, a friend's sudden change of luck, an unexpected windfall in the midst of financial despair, and a sense of déjà vu that crept in during the quiet moments before sleep. Each instance was a subtle reminder that the cosmic balance was being maintained, and that my actions were but one thread in the vast tapestry of fate. I pressed on, resolute in my desire to master the secrets of the contract. I scoured libraries and archives, delved into ancient texts, and sought the counsel of those who had navigated the treacherous waters of supernatural bargains. With every new piece of knowledge, the picture grew both clearer and more complex. I learned that my fate was not isolated, but rather intertwined with countless others who had dared to dance with destiny. The contract, it seemed, was less a curse than a challenge, a gauntlet thrown by the forces that governed our existence, urging me to prove that even in the face of inevitable sacrifice, one could rise to claim a measure of power and control. Now, standing at the threshold of this newfound understanding, I could not help but feel a mix of trepidation and determination. The contract was a living entity, one that demanded both reverence and defiance. I had taken the first step by accepting its terms, and now I was compelled to confront the reality that every moment of triumph was a double-edged sword, a promise of fortune that came with an inescapable debt. I resolved then that I would not let fear paralyze me, but rather use the knowledge I had gained to navigate the precarious path before me. I would learn to harness the power of the pact, to use it as both shield and sword in a battle against forces that sought to define me. In the quiet solitude of my study, I sat with the notebook open before me, its pages illuminated by the soft glow of a desk lamp. I reread the archaic script, each symbol and phrase now laden with a deeper meaning that resonated with my own inner turmoil. The contract was not just a document. It was a promise of transformation, a covenant between my past and my future. And though the cost remained shrouded in mystery, I could no longer deny that I had been given an opportunity to reshape my destiny. As I closed the notebook that night, a final thought echoed in my mind. I had willingly stepped into a realm where every gain was measured against a hidden debt, where the scales of fate would one day demand their due. The road ahead was uncertain and fraught with peril, but I was determined to face it with eyes wide open. I understood that my journey had only just begun, and that the choices I made in the days to come would reverberate across the corridors of time, shaping not only my own destiny, but the very fabric of the world around me. I rose from my desk with a mixture of resolve and quiet determination, ready to confront the challenges that lay ahead. The contract of shadows was not merely a pact. It was a call to arms, a challenge to the very nature of fate itself. And as I stepped out into the night, with the weight of that promise heavy on my shoulders, I knew that the journey I had embarked upon would transform me in ways I could scarcely imagine. I walked back into the neon-lit streets with a renewed sense of purpose. Each step carried the burden of destiny, yet also the spark of rebellion against the inexorable pull of fate. I was no longer a passive observer in my own life. I had become an active participant in a cosmic game of chance and consequence, where every victory was both a triumph and a reminder of the debt I owed. The contract had set the stage for a saga of fortune and sacrifice, and I was determined to learn its every secret, even if that meant staring into the abyss of destiny without flinching. I continued on, my mind swirling with questions and doubts, but also with a fierce determination to master the forces that now governed my existence. The contract of shadows had been my gateway into a world where every promise carried a hidden price, and I was ready to pay it, if only to claim the future that lay just beyond the veil of ordinary life. I stepped forward into that uncertain realm, each moment a testament to the eternal interplay between light and shadow, fortune and sacrifice. I never imagined that the thrill of victory could be so intoxicating, or that it would come at such a cost. In the weeks following my fateful meeting with the mysterious stranger and the signing of that cursed notebook, my life transformed in ways I had never expected. Each day brought with it a dazzling promise of fortune, tempered by the dark, persistent knowledge that every gain exacted its price. As I sat at the worn wooden table in the back room of a smoky underground casino, I marveled at the shift in my luck. The odds, once stacked against me, now seemed to bend in my favor, as if the very fates had decided to smile upon me. And yet, beneath the heady rush of adrenaline and success, I sensed that something unseen was counting the cost with each roll of the dice. That evening, as I placed my bets with a steady hand that belied the turmoil roiling beneath the surface, I began to notice subtle, uncanny phenomena. The neon lights outside the window pulsed in rhythm with my heart, their glow almost mirroring the surge of triumph I felt when the cards fell exactly as I had hoped. At first, I dismissed these occurrences as the natural play of light on tired eyes, the tricks of a mind desperate for hope. But as the nights passed and my winnings multiplied, the signs grew harder to ignore. I would catch reflections in the polished surfaces that did not belong to me, and the murmur of voices in the background began to sound eerily like whispered warnings. My success at the tables became the talk of the underground circuit. Regulars and newcomers alike watched in amazement as I turned near certain losses into astonishing wins. Word spread quickly that I possessed a kind of uncanny luck, and I soon found myself approached by those who had long given up on fortune, hoping to glean some secret from my sudden turnaround. In hushed tones and sidelong glances, they wondered if I had made a pact with fate, or if some other dark force had chosen me as its instrument. I only offered them a rueful smile and a shake of my head, choosing instead to bury my unease beneath the euphoria of winning. It was during one such triumphant evening that the first overt sign of the contract's true nature made itself known. I had been riding an incredible streak at the card tables, my every decision and every wager culminating in victories that defied reason. The room, thick with cigarette smoke and the scent of expensive cologne, seemed to pulse with an almost palpable energy. And then, amid the raucous cheers of my fellow gamblers, I noticed something that froze the blood in my veins. In the condensation on a crystal tumbler at the edge of the table, an odd symbol had begun to form, a design that resembled the intricate patterns I had seen in the notebook's pages. The symbol glowed faintly for a heartbeat before fading into the glass, leaving me with an unsettling mix of wonder and dread. That moment was a turning point, a crack in the veneer of joy that had so far masked the deeper implications of my deal. I leaned back, trying to steady my racing thoughts, and forced myself to focus on the game at hand. But every time I glanced toward the reflection in the glassware, I saw hints of that spectral design. It was as if fate itself was marking each of my wins, a silent tally of the cost that would one day be called in full. In the days that followed, I began to notice that with every surge of fortune, an intangible heaviness settled over me, a subtle, unshakable sensation that something was being taken in exchange for my luck. Despite the growing dread, I could not deny the allure of the power now coursing through my veins. My winnings allowed me to live in a way I had never known. Lavish meals, expensive clothes, and nights spent in the company of beautiful strangers. Yet every joyous celebration was shadowed by a lingering question. How long before the scales of fate demanded balance? The duality of my situation tormented me. I reveled in my newfound successes while also bracing myself for the inevitable reckoning that I knew was coming. I tried to ignore the omens, a flicker of shadow at the periphery of my vision, the sound of a distant clock striking midnight when no clock was present. But they grew too frequent, too insistent to be dismissed as mere paranoia. One night, after a particularly raucous win at a high-stakes table, I found myself alone on a deserted stretch of rain-slicked street. The neon signs above glowed like beacons in the darkness, and every puddle reflected an alternate, shimmering version of reality. I walked aimlessly, the excitement of my victories mingling with a creeping anxiety. The memory of that spectral symbol haunted me, and I couldn't help but wonder if I was being watched by forces beyond my control. The city, with all its flickering lights and restless energy, seemed to whisper secrets that only the initiated could understand. In that moment, I felt both exalted and isolated, a pawn in a game played by powers I could scarcely comprehend. As the nights turned into weeks, the dichotomy of my experience deepened. At the casino, every card I turned, every bet I placed, was charged with a potent mixture of hope and foreboding. My wins accumulated rapidly, and with each one, the weight of the contract pressed more heavily upon my soul. I began to see patterns in the chaos, a hidden rhythm in the randomness of chance. It was as though the universe was keeping an exacting ledger, and I was but one entry on its vast, inscrutable balance sheet. I started to meticulously document every game, every win, and every strange occurrence that seemed to follow in the wake of my victories. The pages of my journal filled with detailed observations, the precise time of each win, the ambient temperature in the room, even the exact phrasing of whispered conversations overheard in the smoky haze of the gaming hall. I hoped that by compiling these records, I might unlock some hidden logic behind the events, some way to predict when and how the debt of my pact might come due. Late one evening, as I sat in the cramped back office of the casino counting my earnings, I was startled by a sudden shift in the atmosphere. The room grew inexplicably cold, and the usual hum of background chatter seemed to recede into an eerie silence. I looked up from the pile of chips and saw, reflected in the dark window behind me, the unmistakable outline of a figure. It was not a patron or an employee. This was something else, something both familiar and alien. For an instant, I felt as though I were looking into a mirror that reflected not my own image, but the ghost of the man I might have once been. The figure's eyes, dark and unyielding, locked onto mine with a silent intensity that sent shivers down my spine. I blinked, and just as suddenly, the vision vanished. But its impact lingered, a potent reminder that the contract was far more than a mere piece of paper. It was a living force, one that reached into every corner of my existence. In the days that followed, I found it increasingly difficult to reconcile my triumphs with the growing sense of inevitability that clung to me. I began to notice that the thrill of each win was always accompanied by a fleeting moment of silence, a pause in the cacophony of my thoughts when the reality of my situation crashed over me like a tidal wave. In these moments, the faces of those I had lost in past failures and the ghosts of my former self seemed to gather at the edges of my consciousness, silently reminding me that every gain had its price. I could no longer ignore the fact that my fate was being written with every victory, each success a signature on an ever-growing ledger of debt. One particularly tense night, after a long session at the tables, I found myself wandering through an unfamiliar part of the city. The streets were deserted, the neon lights casting long, eerie shadows on the pavement. I walked with a sense of urgency, my mind whirling with conflicting emotions of elation and dread. It was then that I encountered a small, unmarked door tucked away in a narrow alley. Something compelled me to push it open, as if it were the threshold to answers I had been seeking. Inside, the space was dimly lit by a single, flickering lamp. The air was thick with the scent of old paper and incense, a sanctum that seemed both timeless and otherworldly. I took a seat at a battered wooden desk and pulled out my journal, determined to piece together the cryptic clues that had been left in the wake of my victories. As I reviewed my notes, a pattern emerged that I could no longer ignore. Each significant win, every inexplicable stroke of luck was followed by a subtle, yet unmistakable, shift in the atmosphere. A change that I now recognized as the contract's silent reminder that the ledger was being kept. I felt a deep, primal fear mixed with a curious fascination. Was it possible that the forces governing my luck were not random at all, but part of a deliberate, cosmic design? Had I unwittingly become a player in a game that spanned far beyond the confines of this neon-drenched city? In that quiet, solitary space, I resolved to learn everything I could about the nature of the pact. I scoured ancient texts and obscure manuscripts at the local library, poring over forgotten lore that spoke of bargains with supernatural forces. I discovered tales of men and women who had made similar deals, each one paying dearly for their moment of triumph. Their stories were filled with both success and sorrow, a pattern of soaring highs followed by crushing lows. The more I read, the more I realized that my situation was not unique. It was part of a long, recurring cycle of fortune and sacrifice. Each story was a mirror reflecting the dual nature of my own experience, the intoxicating thrill of victory and the chilling promise of inevitable loss. As the weeks slipped by, my growing understanding did little to ease the underlying anxiety. Instead, it only deepened my resolve to confront the inevitable consequences of my pact. I began to experiment, deliberately placing bets that I knew would win, only to observe the subtle aftereffects. I noted that the moments following a win were always tinged with an almost imperceptible change in the air, a fleeting darkness that seemed to seep into the corners of the room, as though the cost of my victory was being silently collected. I recorded these observations in painstaking detail, convinced that if I could uncover the precise mechanics behind the ledger of fate, I might find a way to mitigate the debt before it came due. Every game, every gamble, became a study in contrasts, the ecstasy of the win versus the dread of what would follow. The more I pushed the boundaries of chance, the more I sensed that my every move was being scrutinized by forces beyond my control. I felt an incessant pressure to perform, to win again and again, even as a small, insistent voice in the back of my mind warned me that each victory brought me one step closer to a reckoning I might not survive. I was caught in a relentless cycle of euphoria and despair, a roller coaster ride orchestrated by a cosmic force that cared little for my human frailties. One rainy evening, after a particularly dazzling win at a high-stakes table, I found myself alone in a quiet park. The rain had washed the city clean, and the neon reflections danced on the puddles like ghosts of dreams past. I sat on a damp bench beneath a flickering street lamp, the chill in the air a stark contrast to the heat of my adrenaline. As I stared into the dark water, I could almost see the ledger of fate etched in its ripples, a series of numbers and symbols that promised to be exact and unforgiving. The overwhelming certainty of that vision sent a shiver through me. In that moment, I realized that my path was inescapable. Every gamble, every calculated risk, had already been recorded in that spectral book, and soon enough, the debt would be called in full. Haunted by this realization, I rose from the bench and began walking home. The city around me was a blur of neon and shadow, every step a reminder that I was now an active participant in a cosmic game of chance. I could almost feel the weight of my decisions pressing down on my shoulders, each step measured against the unseen balance of fate. I clutched my journal tightly as if it were a lifeline, a tangible record of my struggle to understand impossible mechanics behind my new existence. Back in the solitude of my modest apartment, I devoted myself entirely to deciphering the cryptic patterns that had emerged in my notes. Night after night, I pored over the scribbled observations, cross-referencing them with the ancient lore I had uncovered. I became obsessed with the idea that somewhere, hidden among the chaotic randomness of my wins and losses, there lay a formula, a secret code that could reveal the exact cost of every victory. The pursuit of that knowledge became both my salvation and my curse, a beacon of hope in an otherwise dark and uncertain world. I felt as though I were on the cusp of a revelation that could change everything. If only I could decipher the silent language of fate. In those long, sleepless hours, I began to see the world with new eyes. The neon lights of the city no longer appeared as mere advertisements or signs. They were cryptic symbols, each one a message from the forces that governed my destiny. The distant hum of traffic, the murmur of voices on the street, even the rhythmic patter of rain on the pavement, all of it coalesced into a grand, cosmic symphony. I started to hear patterns in the chaos, subtle variations that hinted an order underlying the apparent randomness of my luck. And as the patterns emerged more clearly, so too did the realization that my victories were not simply gifts from fate, but meticulously calculated entries in an ever-expanding ledger. The dichotomy of my existence, triumph and terror, light and shadow, became more pronounced with each passing day. I could no longer separate the euphoria of a win from the cold dread of its inevitable cost. Every roll of the dice, every turn of the card, was a reminder that I was dancing on the edge of a knife, teetering between a future filled with promise and one shrouded in despair. I began to question if I could ever truly control my own destiny, or if I was doomed to be a mere pawn in a game played by forces far beyond my understanding. Yet, even as the dark certainty of my fate loomed ever larger, I could not bring myself to abandon the one thing that had breathed life back into my wary soul: the thrill of the gamble. With every win, I felt a momentary surge of invincibility, a fleeting taste of power that made all the risks seem worthwhile. It was as if I had discovered a hidden wellspring of energy, a force that allowed me to defy the bleak odds of my past. And so, I continued to bet on fate, driven by both a deep-seated hunger for redemption and the relentless pull of destiny. As the season changed and the nights grew longer, I found myself caught in a cycle of exhilaration and introspection. The victories at the tables were becoming increasingly spectacular, drawing larger crowds and greater sums of money. But each win was accompanied by a growing sense of foreboding, a silent promise that the debt would one day come due. I began to notice that the atmosphere in the casino shifted subtly after my biggest wins. The chatter fell to a hushed murmur, and even the flickering neon lights seemed to dim for just a moment. It was as if the entire room acknowledged that something significant had just transpired, and that the price of such a triumph would not be forgotten. In quiet moments of reflection, I would catch myself wondering about the nature of fate and free will. Was I truly in control of my destiny, or was every action, every win, predestined by forces I could not hope to understand? The more I pondered these questions, the deeper I sank into the mystery of the contract. It was as if the universe had laid out a map of my life in a language only half understood, a map where every rote, every intersection, was marked by the silent tally of wins and losses. I found myself longing for answers, even as I feared the revelations they might bring. In a final act of defiance against the ever-present dread, I resolved to embrace the uncertainties of my existence. I vowed that I would not allow the looming debt to crush the spark of hope that had been rekindled within me by my newfound successes. With every gamble, I would celebrate the victory as a triumph of my own will, a fleeting assertion of control in a world governed by chaotic forces. And yet, deep within, I knew that the time would come when the scales of fate would demand their due. Until that day, I would continue to bet on the promise of fortune, even as the shadow of the contract stretched out behind me like a long and relentless specter. I closed my journal one night, the final entry marked by the realization that my journey was only just beginning. The exhilarating highs and crushing lows, the fierce battles with fate and the quiet moments of introspection had all woven themselves into the tapestry of my life. Every win had become a bet not just on chance, but on the future I dared to envision. A future where I might one day learn to defy the cosmic ledger that dictated the terms of my existence. And so, with the neon lights of the city pulsing in the distance, and the silent promise of destiny echoing in my ears, I stepped once more into the fray. I was a man transformed by both triumph and terror, caught between the seductive allure of victory and the inexorable call of fate. Each bet I placed, every calculated risk I took, was a declaration that I would not be defined solely by my past, nor by the debt that threatened to consume me. I would forge a path of my own making, even if that path was lined with both fortune and sacrifice. In the swirling chaos of chance and consequence, I found a strange comfort. My victories, though tinged with the cold promise of retribution, were also a testament to the power of hope. The relentless human desire to rise above despair, to take control of one's destiny even in the face of overwhelming odds. I had learned to savor the fleeting moments of triumph, each one a defiant spark against the darkness that loomed at the edges of my existence. And with every win, I grew more determined to uncover the secrets behind the contract, to learn how to navigate the delicate balance between luck and loss, between the promise of wealth and the inevitability of debt. As I continued my journey, I could feel the tapestry of my fate being woven with threads both bright and dark. The memory of that spectral symbol, etched in condensation and in my mind, served as a constant reminder that every victory came with its price. Yet, in that very tension, I discovered the raw, exhilarating beauty of life. A life lived on the razor's edge between hope and despair, between fortune and fate. Now, as I sit here in the quiet moments before dawn, when the neon glow still lingers on the horizon and the city slumbers in a deceptive calm, I reflect on the journey thus far. I have learned that betting on fate is not merely an act of reckless chance. It is a bold declaration of one's will to rise above the limitations of circumstance. It is a dance with destiny, a wager against the cosmic order that governs us all. And though I know that the final reckoning looms on the horizon, I also know that every bet I place is a step toward the man I hope to become. A man who dares to challenge fate itself, even as he pays the price with each thrilling win. I close this chapter with both trepidation and determination, fully aware that the road ahead is as unpredictable as the flip of a coin. Yet, in the uncertainty lies the essence of life, the knowledge that every triumph is a testament to our resilience, and every loss a lesson in humility. My journey is far from over. I continue to bet on fate, to wager not just for wealth or success, but for the possibility of rewriting my destiny, one win at a time. I had begun to sense that the night was no longer my own. In the wake of my recent wins and the growing weight of the pact's cost, my days had taken on an eerie cadence, and the neon glow of the city now appeared to be nothing more than a flickering prelude to something far more ominous. Late one humid evening, when the edges of reality blurred into the shimmering haze of heat and memory, I found myself alone in a neglected room above an abandoned building. The walls, stained with the passage of countless nights and whispered secrets, seemed to murmur in a language that was not entirely my own. I sat at an old wooden desk with nothing but a single, dim lamp and the notebook that had become both my boon and my curse. The room was silent except for the distant hum of traffic and the irregular drip of water from a leaky pipe. A lullaby for the forsaken. As I flipped open the notebook, its pages now pulsating with a spectral light that was both beautiful and terrifying, I felt a sudden, inexplicable pull in my chest. It was as if the very air around me had thickened, and every breath was laced with a forewarning of what was to come. My eyes, tired and unaccustomed to such intensity, were drawn to a single page where the archaic script glowed with an otherworldly radiance. There, in the delicate strokes of spectral ink, was a vision that defied mortal understanding. The symbols, once mere decoration, now formed an image, a detailed tableau of my own demise. The ink danced before my eyes, shifting and reconfiguring itself into scenes of devastation and sorrow. I saw myself standing at the edge of a crumbling cliff, the ocean of fate raging below, and above me, a host of shadowy figures, their faces indistinct, but their intent clear. The end had been written. My heart pounded as I tried to steady my shaking hands. The image was so vivid that I could almost feel the chill of the abyss and taste the salt of regret on my lips. I was both mesmerized and horrified by the clarity of the prophecy. Every contour of my imagined downfall was rendered with a precision that made it impossible to dismiss as a mere nightmare. In that moment, I understood that the spectral ink was not just a tool for marking fate. It was a language of destiny, a message delivered from realms beyond mortal ken. I realized, with a surge of desperate clarity, that my victories and losses were no longer random. They were the strokes of a cosmic pen, each one inscribing my fate on the fabric of time. I leaned back, trying to make sense of the images swirling in my mind. The vision showed not only my demise, but also fragments of events that preceded it. Fleeting glances of regret, moments of quiet redemption, and the haunting presence of a figure whose eyes shone with an ancient sorrow. That face, disturbingly familiar in its melancholy, suggested that I had seen it before, perhaps in a lifetime that had long since slipped away into myth. The notion that my soul might have known this fate in another existence filled me with both terror and an inexplicable longing for understanding. I wondered if the pact, the winnings, and the creeping dread were all threads in a tapestry woven long before I first set foot in this neon-drenched city. For what felt like hours, I sat transfixed, absorbing every nuance of the spectral prophecy. My mind raced with questions: was this my end? Had I already begun to tread the path that would lead to my ultimate downfall? The intensity of the vision made me feel as if time itself had slowed to a crawl, and every second stretched into an eternity of contemplation and fear. My pulse echoed in my ears as I struggled to decipher the symbols that now swirled with a life of their own. I felt a growing certainty that the ink was not static but alive, an ever-changing record of a fate that was still in the process of being written. The overwhelming sensation of foreboding was punctuated by a sudden, almost imperceptible sound, a soft rustle like the turning of a page in an ancient manuscript. I blinked, and the spectral images shifted once more. Now, amidst the swirling chaos of fate and loss, a single, clear word emerged from the glowing script: redemption. It was written in the same delicate hand, yet its meaning was paradoxically both a promise and a warning. Redemption. What did it truly mean in a world governed by deals with unseen forces? Was it an escape from the cycle of victory and retribution, or merely a fleeting respite before the inevitable reckoning? As the word hung in the air like a fragile hope, I felt my mind begin to clear. The vision receded slowly, as if drawn back into the ether from which it had come, leaving behind only the residual glow of its message. I was left with the stark realization that my fate was not yet sealed, not entirely. Somewhere, in the hidden recesses of that spectral ledger, there lay a possibility of rewriting the outcome. The knowledge that redemption might be attainable ignited a spark of defiant determination within me. Even as the prophecy loomed like a dark cloud, I vowed then that I would seek out every clue, every hidden meaning, to find a way to alter the course of what seemed to be my destined end. For days after that fateful vision, I found myself haunted by the spectral ink and its dire prophecy. Sleep eluded me, as each attempt at rest was invaded by dreams that replayed fragments of the vision: the crumbling cliff, the silent figures, and that enigmatic face that seemed to beckon me towards a forgotten past. I began to document every detail in a new journal, determined to piece together the puzzle of my fate. I wrote down the exact sequence of images, the precise wording that had emerged, and the subtle changes in the ink's glow. Every scribble in that journal was a desperate attempt to wrest meaning from the chaos, to find some hidden logic that might offer me a way out. In the dim light of my cramped apartment, I pored over ancient texts and occult manuscripts in search of any reference to spectral ink, a substance that, according to legend, was used by mystics and seers to inscribe the fate of souls. The library of forbidden lore became my sanctuary and my torment. I discovered references to a ritual, long lost to the sands of time, where seers would mark the destiny of a chosen, one with ink that shimmered like the stars. It was said that such marks were indelible, binding the soul to a path that was both predestined and mutable only by the most extraordinary of interventions. The idea that I might be one of those chosen, cursed with a fate recorded in spectral ink, filled me with both dread and a grim sort of pride. Yet, the more I read, the more I realized that the chance for redemption might lie in unraveling the very language of that ink. Night after night, I revisited the vision in my mind, analyzing every symbol and every nuance. I recalled the sorrow in that familiar face and the depth of longing in its eyes. Was it a reflection of my own soul, burdened by choices made in a previous life? The possibility that I had encountered this fate before, that the pact had been forged long ago in another existence, was as disquieting as it was fascinating. I began to believe that the ink was not merely a harbinger of death, but a chronicle of rebirth, a cycle of destruction and renewal that spanned lifetimes. The idea that my current existence was but a chapter in a much larger narrative gave me a renewed sense of purpose, even as it deepened the mystery of my plight. One particularly restless night, as I sat by the window watching the city's neon glow fade into the pre-dawn gloom, I resolved to confront the vision head-on. I gathered my notes, the ancient texts, and the journal in which I had recorded every detail of the spectral prophecy. With a mixture of trepidation and determination, I stepped out into the chilly night air, following a hunch that there was a place in the city where the veil between worlds was thin, a place where the spectral ink might reveal its secrets in full clarity. I arrived at an old, abandoned theater on the outskirts of the city, a relic of a bygone era when art and mystery were entwined in every performance. The theater, with its faded marquee and crumbling facade, exuded an aura of melancholy and forgotten grandeur. Inside the once lavish auditorium was cloaked in dust and shadows, the silence punctuated only by the creaks and whispers of a building long resigned to decay. I took a seat in the center of the stage, the place where stories had once been brought to life, and I opened my journal once more. Under the ghostly light of a single overhead bulb, I began to recite aloud the passages I had written about the spectral ink and the prophecy of my demise. My voice, shaky at first, grew steadier as I poured out the details of the vision, each word a challenge to the destiny that had been written for me. As if in response to my recitations, the temperature in the auditorium seemed to drop, and the shadows gathered closer, coalescing into indistinct shapes along the walls. I felt a presence, a silent witness to my defiance, hovering at the edge of my vision. Then, from the darkness at the back of the hall, a single beam of pale light broke through, illuminating a spot on the stage where the dust swirled in intricate patterns. I walked slowly toward it, every step measured and deliberate, as though I were approaching a sacred altar. There, etched faintly on the worn wooden floorboards, was a symbol identical to the one I had seen in my spectral vision. It glowed with a muted radiance, pulsing in time with what felt like the heartbeat of the very building itself. Kneeling before the symbol, I reached out and traced its contours with trembling fingers. In that moment, the air around me seemed to shimmer with energy, and a low, resonant hum filled the space, a sound that vibrated in my bones and spoke directly to the core of my being. I closed my eyes and let the hum wash over me, feeling as if the universe were revealing its secrets in a language beyond words. When I opened my eyes again, I saw, projected in the center of the stage in ghostly relief, the spectral vision of my demise once more. This time, however, the vision was different. The images were interlaced with symbols I recognized from the ancient texts, and the familiar face in the vision appeared not as a harbinger of doom, but as a guide, a reminder of the potential for redemption. Tears welled in my eyes as I watched the spectral scene unfold: the cliffs, the storm-tossed sea, and in the midst of it all, a solitary figure who reached out to me with an expression of profound sorrow and hope. I understood then that the ink had not merely recorded an ending. It had also inscribed the possibility of change, a final chance to reclaim a destiny marred by past mistakes. The realization struck me with overwhelming force. If I could decipher the true meaning behind the spectral ink, perhaps I could alter the course that had been set in motion long ago. For what felt like an eternity, I remained there on the stage, communing with the vision, my heart pounding in tandem with the mysterious hum of the auditorium. I vowed to myself that I would no longer be a passive recipient of fate's decrees. I would fight for the chance to rewrite my destiny, to transform the curse of the spectral ink into a symbol of hope and renewal. I gathered my scattered notes and, with renewed determination, left the theater that night, the echo of the spectral prophecy and the promise of redemption etched indelibly on my soul. In the days that followed, I embarked on a relentless quest for answers. Every waking moment was consumed by the search for any clue that could unlock the hidden language of the spectral ink. I revisited the texts in the ancient library, consulted with reclusive mystics, and even sought out elders, rumored to have once communed with forces beyond this world. Each conversation, each dusty manuscript, only deepened the mystery while simultaneously hinting at a deeper truth, that the spectral ink was a marker of cycles, a record of past lives and unfulfilled promises. I began to suspect that my current plight was merely one phase in an endless loop, a cosmic trial designed to test the limits of human resilience and the power of redemption. Slowly, a theory began to emerge from the scattered fragments of lore and memory. A theory that suggested that the spectral ink was not only a record of death, but also a map to salvation. I learned of an ancient ritual, long forbidden and nearly forgotten, that promised to cleanse the mark of fate from a soul. The ritual, as described in a brittle, time-worn scroll, involved a journey to a sacred site hidden deep within the city, a place where the boundaries between the material world and the ethereal plane dissolved into nothingness. It was said that only by facing the deepest fears recorded in the spectral ink could one hope to break the cycle and claim the chance at true redemption. With nothing left to lose, I resolved to seek out this fabled site, to confront the full weight of the prophecy that had so haunted me. The search led me to the outskirts of the city, where crumbling ruins and overgrown gardens spoke of a time when nature and magic held sway over the land. In a forgotten courtyard shrouded by twisted vines and the remnants of ancient stone, I found a weathered archway that seemed to beckon me forward. The air here was thick with the scent of earth and decay, and every sound was amplified. A rustle of leaves, the distant call of an unseen bird, the whisper of wind through broken columns. It was in this hallowed, haunted place that I set up my makeshift camp, determined to spend the night in solitude and meditation, preparing myself for the ritual that might free me from the spectral curse. That night, as darkness enveloped the courtyard like a velvet shroud, I sat cross-legged before the archway. I spread out my journal, the ancient texts, and a few small tokens that I hoped might serve as conduits for the energies I was about to summon. With my eyes closed, I focused on the spectral vision that had haunted me, on the face of sorrow and hope, on the image of the cliff and the raging sea, and I began to chant softly the incantations I had painstakingly transcribed from the scroll. The words, foreign and resonant, vibrated through the cool night air, and I felt as if the very ground beneath me was awakening in response. For what felt like an age, I remained in that trance, my heart pounding in sync with the distant hum of the cosmos. Then, as if stirred by some unseen hand, a delicate glow began to emanate from the symbols etched in the ruins around me. The spectral ink of the prophecy shimmered in the periphery of my vision, coalescing into a luminous script that floated before my eyes. In that moment, I realized that the ritual was unfolding exactly as foretold. I opened my eyes to see the ancient words hovering in the air, each letter glowing with an ethereal light that danced across the ruined stone. It was as if the very fabric of time and fate had come alive, revealing secrets that had been hidden for millennia. The sight filled me with an indescribable mix of awe and trepidation. I could feel the weight of countless souls, of lives that had come before and those yet to be lived. pressing down on me with an intensity that threatened to overwhelm my senses. And yet, amid that cosmic pressure, there was also a profound sense of possibility, the possibility that I could, at last, seize control of my destiny. I repeated the incantations with a clarity and fervor I had never known, every syllable a defiant challenge to the forces that had bound me for so long. As the night deepened, the luminous script began to shift and rearrange itself, forming images that told a story older than time. I saw visions of past lives, of choices made in desperation and in hope, and I recognized that the spectral ink was the common thread linking them all. In each life, a soul had been offered a chance at redemption, a fleeting moment to defy the odds and alter a destiny seemingly preordained. And now, in this solitary courtyard, I felt that my own chapter in that eternal saga was coming to a head. The spectral ink pulsed before me, a silent promise that the cycle could be broken, that my fate was still malleable. In the final moments of the ritual, as the first light of dawn crept over the horizon and the courtyard was bathed in a cold, pale glow, the luminous script condensed into a single, powerful image of my own face, etched with both sorrow and determination. It was a mirror of my innermost self, a reflection of all that I had been, all that I had lost, and all that I still hoped to reclaim. In that image, I saw not only the prophecy of my demise, but also the possibility of transformation, a glimmer of redemption that shone through the darkness like a beacon. I knew then that my journey was far from over. The spectral ink had spoken, and its message was clear. Fate was written in delicate strokes. But even the most intricate script could be rewritten by the strength of a determined soul. I spent the following days in a fevered state of introspection and resolve. Every waking moment was consumed by the memory of that luminous vision and the promise it held. I reread every note, every ancient passage, and the spectral prophecy itself, seeking to understand the full measure of its significance. I began to see the pact, the winnings, and the mounting debt not simply as a curse, but as part of an elaborate tapestry, a design in which every stroke of fate had its place, yet in which every soul also held the power to shape its own destiny. The realization that I might be able to rewrite even a single line of that cosmic ledger filled me with both hope and a daunting sense of responsibility. Armed with this new understanding, I resolved to integrate the lessons of the spectral ink into every decision I made. I became more deliberate in my actions at the tables, more cautious in my dealings with the mysterious forces that governed my luck, and more vigilant in recording every subtle shift in the tapestry of my life. I knew that every victory carried with it not just a moment of triumph, but also the potential for both renewal and ruination. And so, with the memory of that luminous vision burning in my heart, I continued to walk the razor's edge between fortune and fate, determined to forge a path that might lead to redemption. Now, as I look back on that night in the abandoned theater and the solitary hours spent beneath the ancient archway, I see how the spectral ink has become a part of me, etched into the very core of my existence. It is a constant reminder that destiny, though written in fragile lines, is never entirely immutable. Even as I brace myself for the costs that come with every win, I hold fast to the hope that within every stroke of fate there lies the possibility of rewriting the story. And so, with a heart both heavy and resolute, I continue my journey, one marked by the interplay of light and shadow, of triumph and terror, and of a destiny still waiting to be reshaped by the determined hand of one who dares to defy the written word. I close this chapter of my tale with the solemn knowledge that the spectral ink has not merely foretold an end, but has also illuminated a path toward rebirth. The vision, as terrifying as it was, has gifted me the clarity to understand that every ending is but a precursor to a new beginning. My future remains unwritten, and though the cosmic ledger may one day demand its due, I will strive to meet that challenge with courage, wisdom, and a determination to reclaim what has long been lost. For in the interplay between fate and free will, between the inevitability of destiny and the promise of redemption, lies the essence of what it means to be truly alive. And so I step forward into the uncertain light of a new day, the echoes of the spectral prophecy forever inscribed in my memory, a constant call to rise above the darkness and claim my right to a destiny of my own making. I still remember the moment when the whispers of my former existence began to break through the veil of my present. The days following the spectral vision of my demise were filled with a deep, unrelenting unease. It was as though the very air around me vibrated with secrets, urging me to look beyond the immediate consequences of my pact and to search for answers hidden in the recesses of my soul. Every victory at the tables, every stroke of luck that had elevated me from the ashes of my past, now carried the weight of an unspoken history. A history that hinted at a life I had once known. My quest for understanding began in the narrow, winding alleys of the city, a labyrinth of neon shadows and crumbling brick where every corner seemed to hide a story. I sought out those whose lives had brushed against the supernatural, those who, like me, had felt the cold, spectral fingers of fate leave their mark. Among them was an old scholar named Emile, a gaunt man with eyes that sparkled with the light of forbidden knowledge. I found him tucked away in a dilapidated bookshop, surrounded by moldering tomes and yellowed manuscripts. His voice, when he spoke, was soft and tremulous, as if weighed down by the burden of centuries. "Your path," he murmured after I recounted the events that had led me to this dark threshold, "is not one you have forged in isolation. The threads of your destiny were spun long before you ever set foot in this city." His words struck me like a jolt, a confirmation of the growing suspicion that my life was but a continuation of something far more ancient. Emile pulled from his clutter a brittle parchment inscribed with cryptic symbols that resonated with the markings in my cursed notebook. "These are the sigils of reincarnation," he explained, "used by mystics of old to bind a soul to its eternal debt and, perhaps, to a chance at redemption." I left Emile's shop with the parchment clutched tightly in my hand, and my mind alight with questions. What did it mean to be bound by reincarnation? Had I, in a previous life, made this same pact with fate? A pact that now threatened to reclaim me. The scholar's words stirred memories I had long buried beneath layers of regret and disbelief. In quiet moments, I began to sense a dim familiarity in the symbols that danced before my eyes, as if they were echoes of a past life calling out to me. The investigation led me deeper into the underbelly of the city, where the line between reality and myth blurred like the neon reflections on rain-soaked pavement. I sought the guidance of street prophets, mysterious figures who wandered the midnight streets, their eyes alight with visions of futures yet unwritten. One such prophet, a woman known only as Marisol, found me in an abandoned lot illuminated by the ghostly glow of a flickering street lamp. Her presence was both comforting and unnerving, like the gentle murmur of a long, forgotten lullaby. As I showed her the parchment, she whispered, "You are a soul reborn, destined to repeat the same agonies until you break the cycle." Her words carried the weight of inevitability, suggesting that my fate was entwined with the fate of my previous self. My inner turmoil grew with every step I took. Each revelation forced me to confront the possibility that the mysterious stranger who had offered me the pact might not have been an external force at all, but a manifestation of my own past, a remnant of a life once lived. I began to notice strange coincidences, the reflection in a rain puddle that looked remarkably like my own, yet with a hint of sorrow I could not place, a fleeting glimpse of a man in a mirror, his eyes mirroring my own despair, and dreams in which I wandered ancient corridors, searching for answers that lay hidden behind walls of memory. One overcast afternoon, driven by an insatiable need to resolve the mystery, I ventured to an old cemetery on the outskirts of the city. The graveyard was a somber mosaic of weathered headstones and gnarled trees, where time itself seemed to have forgotten its passage. There, amid the silent stones, I encountered a man in a tattered coat whose eyes bore the unmistakable glimmer of familiarity. He introduced himself simply as Anton, a name that stirred something deep within me. As we walked together along the moss-covered paths, Anton spoke of the cycles of life and death, of souls that wandered the corridors of time seeking redemption for debts incurred in past lives. "Your contract," Anton said in a measured tone, "is not a curse laid upon you by an external demon, but a record of promises made in another lifetime. You made the pact willingly, though you no longer remember the circumstances of that former existence." His words resonated with the fragments of recollections I had been forced to confront. I recalled images of a younger man, vivid and unburdened by the scars of the present, making a desperate wager with a figure cloaked in shadows. Anton's account confirmed what I had long suspected, that the pact was not an isolated occurrence, but the culmination of a pattern repeated through the ages. As the conversation with Anton deepened, I began to piece together the puzzle of my past. In hushed tones beneath the ancient oaks, he recounted tales of souls who had danced with destiny time and time again, only to find themselves ensnared in a web of cosmic retribution. "Every victory you taste is a reminder of the price paid in a previous life," he said. "Every success is a sign that you are walking a predetermined path, a path that can only be altered if you face the truths of your own past." His words, though laced with foreboding, also offered a glimmer of hope that the cycle was not immutable, that redemption might be won by embracing the entirety of one's existence, past and present. Emboldened by Anton's revelations, I returned to the city with a renewed determination to uncover the hidden truths of my previous incarnation. I scoured archives and ancient libraries, seeking records of souls who had vanished under mysterious circumstances. In one dusty archive of an old municipal building, I discovered a faded journal bearing my own name, a name I barely recognized, yet which pulsed with a sense of destiny. The journal's entries, penned in a hurried, elegant script, chronicled the life of a man whose fortunes had risen and fallen in tandem with supernatural forces. The diary spoke of a forbidden love, of battles fought in secret alleys, and of bargains struck with forces that defied mortal understanding. The final entry was the most chilling of all, a desperate plea for salvation written in trembling script, ending abruptly as though the writer had been snatched away by the very shadows that haunted him. Haunted by the diary's contents, I sought out those who could help me decipher its hidden messages. I consulted with Madame Celine, a renowned medium whose reputation for bridging the realms of the living and the dead was well known. In a candlelit parlor filled with the soft strains of a melancholy piano, Celine listened intently as I recounted the fragments of my previous life and the uncanny parallels to my own journey. "The echoes of your past are not to be feared," she intoned softly, her eyes alight with a mixture of pity and understanding. "They are the key to unlocking the cycle that binds you. You must reconcile with the man you once were, for only then can you hope to break free of this perpetual wager with fate." Her words, imbued with both mysticism and practical wisdom, stirred something deep within me, a longing to reclaim a part of myself that had been lost to the ravages of time. With each conversation, each carefully deciphered clue, the tapestry of my former life began to reveal itself. I learned that the pact I had unwittingly renewed was not merely a gamble for fortune, but a binding agreement that had been forged in desperation and regret. The mysterious stranger who had approached me in the neon-lit alleyways of my present might very well have been the specter of my own past self, come to collect on a promise made in a time when hope was scarce and the price of redemption was steep. The revelation was as terrifying as it was liberating. I was both the victim and the architect of my own fate, a man caught in the eternal struggle between destiny and free will. My investigation reached its climax one stormy night when I found myself drawn to a hidden alcove deep within the bowels of the city. The alley was narrow and suffocating, lined with graffiti and forgotten relics of a bygone era. There, under the intermittent glare of a flickering street lamp, I encountered a figure cloaked in darkness, a spectral double whose eyes burned with the intensity of unspoken memories. For a moment, time seemed to stand still as I locked eyes with this apparition, and in that silent exchange, I sensed an entire lifetime of sorrow, regret, and longing. The figure spoke in a voice that was at once familiar and otherworldly. You have come seeking the echoes of your past, but are you prepared to face the truth of who you once were? The words sent a shiver down my spine, for they encapsulated the very essence of my inner turmoil. In that hidden alcove, amidst the clamor of distant thunder and the drumming of rain against cracked pavement, I experienced a confrontation that would alter the course of my destiny. The spectral double, perhaps a remnant of my former self, or a manifestation of the Pact's lingering influence, stepped forward, and I could see the intricate details of a face that mirrored my own, yet bore the marks of ancient sorrow. I was the one who made the bargain. The apparition confessed softly, its voice echoing like a forgotten prayer. I traded away my future for a chance at fortune, and in doing so, condemned not only myself, but all who would follow in my footsteps. The revelation struck me with the force of a tidal wave. The pact was not merely a set of circumstances thrust upon me by external forces. It was my own making, a cycle of desperation and doomed hope that had repeated itself through the corridors of time. As the spectral double faded into the night, leaving me with more questions than answers, I felt an overwhelming compulsion to reconcile with the fragments of my past. I began to trace the steps of the man I once was, revisiting old haunts and deciphering the hidden meanings behind ancient symbols that now adorned the city's forgotten corners. Every mural on a crumbling wall, every cryptic inscription in a derelict building, whispered stories of a life I had once lived, a life of passion, of recklessness, and of a desperate hope for redemption. I retraced my steps to the place where it had all begun, the very alley where the mysterious stranger had first approached me. There, in the quiet solitude of a rain-washed night, I gazed into a broken mirror and saw not only my present self, but the echoes of a past self intermingled in the reflection. I saw the longing in my own eyes, a yearning to reclaim the lost fragments of my identity, and I realized that the key to breaking the cycle lay in accepting all that I had been. Over the following weeks, my days became a blur of introspection and relentless inquiry. I delved into the annals of history and mythology, studying the cycles of rebirth and the ancient rituals meant to sever the ties of fate. Every encounter with a mystic, every conversation with a street prophet, further deepened my understanding that the pact was a cycle, a loop repeated with every life, until the lessons of sacrifice and redemption were finally learned. In the quiet moments before dawn, when the city was shrouded in silence and the neon glow was but a distant memory, I would sit by the window and watch the horizon, silently promising myself that I would not allow the mistakes of my past to dictate my future. One fateful evening, as a heavy fog rolled in from the distant sea and cloaked the city in a ghostly pallor, I found myself at the steps of an ancient temple hidden behind overgrown ivy and crumbling stone. The temple, long abandoned by those who once sought its wisdom, exuded an aura of both decay and timeless mystery inside. I discovered a mosaic of symbols that resonated with the ones in my cursed notebook and the old parchment given to me by Emile. Here, in this sanctified space forgotten by time, I felt the presence of my past self, an echo that urged me to confront the legacy of the pact head-on. Kneeling before the mosaic, I traced the intricate patterns with trembling fingers, each touch evoking memories of a life filled with both hope and despair. In that sacred moment, I understood that the pact was not solely a harbinger of doom, it was also a beacon calling for transformation. The symbols on the ancient wall whispered that fate could be rewritten, that the cycle could be broken if one was willing to pay the ultimate price, by reconciling with the entirety of one's soul, both the light and the darkness. Tears welled in my eyes as I vowed to embrace my past, to integrate the lessons of a life long forgotten into the choices I made today. In the weeks that followed, I dedicated myself to the arduous task of piecing together the remnants of my previous existence. I gathered all the clues: the diary found in the municipal archive, the brittle parchment from Emil's shop, the whispered insights of Marisol and Anton, and the spectral encounter in the hidden alcove. Each piece of the puzzle illuminated a facet of a life I had once led, a life defined by the same fervent desire for redemption and the same reckless gamble with destiny. Slowly, I began to see that the mysterious stranger who had offered me the pact was, in truth, a manifestation of my own will, a desperate plea from a soul that had made a fateful choice in another time. Armed with this newfound understanding, I made the difficult decision to confront the legacy of my past head-on. I revisited every location that had been significant in the diary and scoured every forgotten archive, desperate to unearth the truths that lay hidden beneath layers of memory and myth. In an old abandoned theater, where I had once encountered the spectral ink, I found a faded portrait of a man whose eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to mine, a man whose expression was a blend of defiance and resignation. The discovery confirmed my growing conviction. I was not merely a victim of fate, but an active participant in an ancient cycle of hope and despair. As the days bled into nights, and the nights into an endless procession of introspection, I found solace in the belief that reconciling with my past was the only way to break the cycle. I began to write my own account, a chronicle of the man I was, the man I had been, and the man I aspired to become. With each word I inscribed, I felt the weight of centuries lift ever so slightly from my shoulders, replaced by the promise of a future reimagined. The journal became my confidant, a testament to the struggles, the revelations, and the resolute determination that had come to define my journey. In the final pages of that journal, I wrote of a confrontation with my own soul, a moment when the echoes of my past and the uncertainties of my future merged into a single, resolute point of clarity. I recalled the spectral double's parting words, the quiet confession that had shattered the illusion of separation between who I was and who I might yet become. I resolved that, come what may, I would not allow the old wounds of a past life to dictate the course of my future. Instead, I would forge a new path, one that honored the lessons of the past while embracing the possibility of redemption. I vowed to face the depths recorded in the cosmic ledger with courage, to meet the cost of every win with an unwavering resolve to reclaim my identity. Now, as I write these words in the twilight of yet another uncertain day, I understand that the echoes of my past life are not a chain to be borne in sorrow, but a map leading me toward liberation. Each memory, each symbol, is a signpost on the journey to breaking the cycle. A journey that demands both the courage to face the deepest fears of one's soul and the faith to believe in the possibility of change. The contract, the spectral ink, the haunting vision of my own demise. All these elements have converged to reveal a singular truth: that redemption is possible, even for a soul scarred by the repeated tragedies of fate. In the end, I have come to see that my life is a tapestry woven from the threads of countless lifetimes. A tapestry that, while marred by past mistakes, still holds the promise of renewal. The mysterious forces that have governed my existence are not indifferent arbiters of destiny, but participants in a grand cosmic dance, one in which every step, every misstep, is an invitation to learn, to grow, and ultimately to be reborn. With each beat of my heart, I honor the memory of the man I once was, and I embrace the possibility that I can, by confronting those echoes, write a new destiny. One where hope triumphs over despair, and where the price of every victory is balanced by the grace of redemption. And so, I continue my journey, guided by the echoes of a past life, determined to reclaim the parts of my soul that were lost to time. I walk the neon-lit streets with a newfound purpose, the lessons of old etched into every step I take. I carry within me the legacy of my previous self, a legacy of struggle, sacrifice, and the relentless pursuit of freedom from fate's unyielding grip. In that legacy, I find the strength to confront the challenges that lie ahead, and in every gamble, I see not only the risk of loss, but the potential for a rebirth that defies the cycles of destiny. I know now that the pact I made was not merely a transaction with supernatural forces. It was a covenant with my own soul, a promise that I would never allow the mistakes of the past to define me. As I stand at the crossroads of fate and free will, I feel the echoes of my former self urging me onward, reminding me that every end is but the beginning of a new chapter. With these truths etched deep within me, I step forward into the uncertain light of a future that I am determined to shape. A future where the echoes of a past life serve not as a chain, but as the foundation upon which a new destiny is built. I now embrace the full spectrum of my existence, the triumphs and the tragedies, the victories and the deaths, as the very elements that make me whole. And as I continue to unravel the mysteries of my fate, I do so with the unwavering conviction that, through understanding and reconciliation, I can finally break free of the cycle that has haunted me for so long. For in the echoes of a past life, I have found not only the seeds of despair, but also the promise of redemption, a promise that I will honor with every beat of my heart. The days that followed my initial successes had taken on a surreal quality, a heady mixture of exhilaration and dread. At first, every win at the tables felt like a miraculous reprieve from the long years of loss and despair. The neon lights of the city, once mere backdrops to my misfortunes, now pulsed with an almost sacred glow, each flicker a silent ovation to my newfound prowess. I reveled in the rush of adrenaline that accompanied every flip of a card or roll of dice. Yet beneath that exhilarating veneer lay a truth that began to reveal itself in small, disturbing increments. Every victory exacted a price. I first noticed the cost on an evening when the clatter of chips at the underground casino was replaced by an eerie, oppressive silence. I had just won a sizable pot, and the air felt charged, as if the very universe was holding its breath. My pulse raced, not solely from the thrill of the win, but from a dawning awareness that something was amiss. In a brief moment between rounds, I caught a glimpse of my own reflection in a polished, silver tray. But it was not my face that stared back at me. It was a visage marred by deep, set lines and shadows that had not been there before, as if each triumph had etched a mark upon my soul. That night, I left the casino with more money in my pocket, an gnawing sensation that every gain carried with it an unseen cost. As the weeks passed, the pattern became undeniable. A successful bet was invariably followed by inexplicable misfortunes. I'd win at the card tables only to discover, upon returning home, that small items, a photograph, a cherished memento, had vanished from my apartment. The first time it happened, I dismissed it as coincidence, a trick of my wary mind. But when the incidents multiplied, I could no longer ignore the ominous correlation. Each moment of unbridled success seemed to come at the price of something intangible. A piece of my past, an echo of a memory, perhaps even a sliver of my very essence. I began to keep a meticulous record in a battered journal. Every game, every bet, was logged alongside any unusual occurrence that followed. In the margins, I scribbled notes about the chill that would suddenly fill a room, the sensation of being watched by unseen eyes, and even the faint sound of a distant, sorrowful melody that echoed in the depths of the night. I soon discovered that the cost was not measured solely in tangible losses. It manifested in fleeting moments of despair and the weight of foreknowledge, the sense that with every victory, a cosmic ledger was being updated with entries that I could not yet comprehend. Late one stormy night, as I sat alone in the solitude of my cramped apartment, I found myself ruminating over the journal's pages. The rain drummed steadily against the window pane, and the flickering streetlights cast trembling shadows on the wall. I could almost feel the presence of those who had come before me, souls who had paid their dues in a never-ending cycle of win and loss. In that fragile silence, I recalled the stranger's words, "Every victory comes with its cost." They echoed in my mind like a chant, growing in intensity with each recalled memory. I realized that I was not simply gambling with money or chance, but with destiny itself. Each win was a brushstroke on the canvas of fate, a canvas that, over time, would reveal a picture too terrible to ignore. The true nature of the cost revealed itself on a night when the stakes were higher than ever before. I had been riding an unprecedented winning streak, and the thrill of success was intoxicating. The air in the casino was thick with smoke and excitement, and the clink of glasses and murmurs of adoration filled every corner. I could feel the eyes of fate on me, as if the universe itself were placing its bets on my every move. In the midst of this heady celebration, I experienced a sudden and jarring interruption. A power outage plunged the room into darkness, and for a few excruciating minutes, the world was reduced to utter silence. When the emergency lights flickered back to life, I found that my winnings had been mysteriously diminished. A subtle, almost imperceptible loss that sent a ripple of unease through my chest. It was as if the very fabric of fortune had been rebalanced in real time, and I was now indebted to forces I could neither see nor comprehend. That incident marked a turning point in my journey. No longer could I view my successes as isolated moments of pure chance. They were now inextricably linked to an escalating debt. A debt that I felt in the pit of my stomach, in the cold sweat on my skin, and in the trembling of my hands as I signed another check at the cashier's window. The more I won, the more I felt the invisible scales of fate shifting against me. It was a cruel paradox. Each victory that elevated me in the eyes of my peers also deepened the chasm within, as if I were being slowly hollowed out by the very power I had so desperately craved. Determined to understand the mechanism of this relentless exchange, I sought counsel from those who had ventured into similar darkness. I met with a reclusive mathematician who had long studied the patterns of chance and the hidden order behind randomness. In his cluttered study, amidst stacks of yellowed papers and half-forgotten theories, he explained that probability itself was a fickle master, one who required balance in every transaction. Fortune, he said in a measured tone, is never given freely. Every spike in your luck is counterbalanced by inevitable dip, a cost that nature, or perhaps something far older and more mysterious, demands be paid. His words, though steeped in academic detachment, resonated deeply with my own experiences. I began to suspect that the pact I had entered was not merely a matter of human will or chance, but a binding contract with the universe. A contract written in the language of fate and sealed by the immutable laws of cosmic balance. In my subsequent attempts to stave off the mounting dread, I found temporary solace in distractions. I threw myself into the next game, chasing the ephemeral high of another win, even as the warnings in the back of my mind grew louder. Late nights blurred into early mornings as I alternated between the thrill of the tables and long, sleepless hours spent poring over my journal. I searched for patterns, for any sign that might allow me to predict when the cost would manifest most grievously. Sometimes, I noted, the loss was almost imperceptible, a slight dulling of my senses, a momentary lapse in memory, or a creeping fatigue that could be blamed on the rigors of the night. Other times, it was more tangible. A cherished possession would inexplicably break, or a dear friend would suffer an unforeseen misfortune. I began to fear that the debt was not paid in mere coincidence, but in retribution, a punitive measure imposed by forces I dared not fully imagine. One rainy evening, after a particularly resounding win that left the casino erupting in jubilant cheers, I stepped out into the storm. The downpour was relentless, the pavement slick with rain, and the neon signs above blurred into a kaleidoscope of color. I walked aimlessly, driven by a need to escape the oppressive weight that now pressed upon me. The rain mingled with my thoughts as I recalled the stranger's ominous warning and the gradual erosion of my triumphs by a hidden toll. I could almost feel the debt, like a ghostly hand, reaching out to claim what was rightfully owed. Each step I took seemed to echo with the silent judgment of fate, a judgment that I was increasingly convinced could not be postponed indefinitely. In the isolation of that stormy night, I resolved to confront the cost head-on. I returned to my apartment, a modest room cluttered with the detritus of a life lived on the edge, and sat down at my desk. The journal lay open before me, its pages filled with my desperate attempts to document the invisible ledger of wins and losses. I began to write feverishly, not just of the victories and the apparent curses that followed, but of the raw, searing fear that gnawed at my every thought. I wrote of the spectral face in the mirror, the inexplicable chill that descended upon me after a win, and the pervasive sense that each triumph was a double-edged sword. In that act of writing, I felt a momentary catharsis, a fragile hope that perhaps by confronting the cost, I could somehow negotiate a reprieve from the relentless debt. Days turned into weeks, and the relentless cycle continued. With every game I played, I became increasingly aware of the delicate balance between fortune and ruin. I recalled the mathematician's words and wondered if, by some miracle, I could learn to tip the scales in my favor. I experimented with my strategies, not only at the tables, but in every aspect of my life. I started taking fewer risks in my personal affairs, attempting to preserve the small fragments of stability that remained amidst the chaos. But even as I tried to temper my impulsiveness, the lure of the gamble proved irresistible. The taste of victory was addictive, a heady elixir that numbed the pain of loss, if only for a fleeting moment. I soon began to see that the cost was not always immediate. Sometimes it was delayed, lurking in the background like a specter, waiting for the perfect moment to exact its price. On other occasions, the loss was sudden and catastrophic, a stark reminder that fate's ledger was kept in real time. I experienced nights when I woke drenched in sweat, heart pounding with the realization that something precious had been taken from me in my sleep. I found that the debt, though intangible, left scars that no amount of money or fleeting joy could ever erase. It was as if I were slowly being siphoned of something vital, my hope, my memories, even the very essence of who I was. I began to question whether the victories were truly mine, or if they were merely fleeting reprieves granted by a capricious force. The more I won, the more I felt that I was being drawn inexorably toward a final reckoning, a moment when the cumulative cost of every win would be laid bare. My friends and acquaintances noticed the change in me. They commented on the hollow look in my eyes, the weight that seemed to press down upon my shoulders, and the quiet resignation in my voice when I spoke of my successes. They could not see the invisible ledger that I carried, nor the insidious debt that was steadily accumulating, line by line, win by win. In an effort to gain control over my destiny, I sought refuge in a local church, a humble sanctuary where the air was thick with the scent of incense and the murmur of prayer. I sat in a pew, head bowed, seeking solace from a force that I now understood was beyond mere chance. The pastor, a kindly man with eyes that had seen much sorrow and hope, spoke softly about the nature of sin and redemption. He reminded me that every blessing carried with it a responsibility, a call to sacrifice that was both a burden and an opportunity. I listened, torn between the comfort of his words and the cold reality of the debt that haunted me. It was as if I were standing on a precipice, with one foot in the world of mortal joy and the other in an abyss of inexorable consequence. The internal conflict reached its zenith one fateful evening. I had just secured another impressive win at a high-stakes game, a victory that should have filled me with unbridled elation. Instead, as I walked home through the rain-soaked streets, I felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The neon lights above seemed to pulse with a grim reminder of the cosmic balance, and the dark puddles at my feet shimmered with reflections that hinted at a fate too terrible to accept. I paused at a deserted intersection, my breath catching in my throat, and for a long, agonizing moment, I felt the full weight of every loss that was yet to come. In that silence, I understood with piercing clarity that every win was not a celebration, but a transaction that, if unchecked, would eventually leave me bereft of everything I held dear. It was then that I made a decision, a vow to face the cost head-on no matter how unbearable it might be. I resolved to use my winnings not as a means of indulgence, but as a resource to seek answers, to delve deeper into the dark mysteries that governed my fate. I began to invest in research in arcane texts, seeking out experts in the occult and the metaphysical. I traveled to remote libraries and obscure archives, piecing together the history of those who had once danced with destiny and survived its wrath. Each new discovery only deepened my understanding of the delicate interplay between luck and loss, between fortune and the inexorable debt that tied them together. I learned that throughout history, many had been granted extraordinary boons, only to pay a price that defied simple explanation. A price measured not in currency or material loss, but in the very fabric of their being. The ancient texts spoke of souls marked by fate, of lives that were both blessed and cursed by the same hand. In these writings, I found a strange comfort, a confirmation that my struggle was not unique, but rather part of a grand, timeless tapestry of human endeavor. And yet, the more I learned, the more I understood that the cost was inevitable. Every gift, every stroke of fortune, demanded its due. The debt was not a punishment, but a balance, a cosmic equilibrium that maintained the order of all things. Now, as I write these words in the dim glow of a waning street lamp, I am haunted by the knowledge that every victory I savor carries with it an impending reckoning. The cost of every win is a constant companion, a silent reminder that destiny is not free, and that the ledger of fate is kept in meticulous detail by forces that care little for human ambition. I sit here, pen trembling in hand, knowing that each word I write is an admission of both triumph and impending loss. The debt grows with every calculated risk, every stroke of luck that elevates me momentarily above the mundane. And yet, I cannot turn away from the game. I cannot relinquish the hope that one day might find a way to balance the scales, to redeem the price that I have paid, and perhaps even to rewrite the rules of the cosmic wager. In this precarious dance between fortune and consequence, I have come to accept that my life is defined not by the victories themselves, but by the costs that they incur. Each win is a fleeting burst of light in an ever-encroaching darkness, a momentary triumph that carries with it the silent promise of a debt that will one day come due. I have learned to savor the exhilaration of each gamble, even as I brace myself for the inevitable retribution that follows. For in the end, every win is but a step along a treacherous path, a path that I am compelled to follow, whether I like it or not, as I navigate the uncertain, perilous terrain of a life wagered with fate. I do not know what the future holds. I do not know when the scales of destiny will finally tip, or what form the ultimate cost will take. But I do know this: with every win, with every moment of triumph, I am reminded that nothing in life comes without a price. The cost of every win is etched into my soul like a scar, a permanent, unyielding reminder that fortune, no matter how sweet, is never free. And so, I continue to play the game, to risk all for a chance at redemption, even as I count the hidden costs that rise like shadows behind each success. As I close this chapter of my journey, I remain torn between hope and resignation, a gambler bound by the rules of an ancient, unbreakable pact. I hold on to the belief that somewhere, somehow, I might learn to balance the scales, to claim a victory that is truly mine. Until that day, I will live with the knowledge that every win comes at a cost that, in the end, defines not only my destiny, but the very essence of who I am. I had spent months ensnared in the relentless push and pull of fortune and consequence, a life dictated by wins, losses, and the mounting, invisible debt that accompanied each stroke of luck. Yet as the weight of every victory and every sacrifice pressed upon my soul, I reached a point where silence was no longer an option. I had to confront the source of it all, the mysterious stranger whose words had once beckoned me toward this ill-fated pact, and whose presence had now become an inescapable part of my existence. For weeks I had sought hints of his whereabouts, piecing together fragments from whispered conversations in back alleys and the furtive glances of those who dealt in secrets. The city, with its neon glow and rain-washed streets, had offered only tantalizing clues. In the dim hours before dawn, I finally found myself standing before an abandoned warehouse, a hulking relic at the edge of the city's industrial district. Its broken windows and rusted metal a fitting stage for the confrontation that had been years in the making. I remember the chill that ran down my spine as I stepped into the cavernous space. The air was heavy, laden with the smell of damp concrete and memories long forgotten. Every footstep echoed off the walls as I advanced cautiously, my senses on high alert. I knew that somewhere in this labyrinth of shadows and silence lay the harbinger of my fate. My heart hammered against my ribs, and every instinct screamed for me to flee. But I was drawn onward by a force I could neither name nor resist. The journey that had begun with desperate bargains and whispered promises had led me to this moment, a final reckoning with the man who had set my destiny in motion. I moved deeper into the darkness until I reached a large, open chamber lit only by the moon's pale luminescence streaming through a broken skylight. In the center of that vast space stood a solitary figure, cloaked in an aura of quiet authority. His presence was magnetic, even in the gloom. I could see his eyes glinting with an otherworldly light that seemed to pierce the veil of reality itself. "Welcome," he said, his voice low and resonant, echoing off the walls as though it were part of the building's very architecture. "I've been expecting you." I paused, my breath catching in my throat as I struggled to reconcile the man before me with the vague, almost spectral memory of the stranger who had first offered me the pact. The man before me was every bit as enigmatic, his features chiseled, his expression one of both sorrow and quiet resolve. There was an undeniable familiarity in the curve of his jaw and the depth of his eyes, as if I were gazing upon a mirror image from a long, forgotten past. "Ike, I've been looking for you," I stammered, my voice betraying the mixture of dread and determination that rolled within me. "I need to know why you came to me. Why did you offer me that contract? Who are you?" A slow smile played at the corner of his lips, both kind and pitiless, as he regarded me with an intensity that made my skin prickle. "I am not merely a messenger or a simple stranger," he replied carefully. "I am the harbinger of fate, an agent of the forces that shape every life, every destiny. I come bearing the balance of all things, and in you, I see a life at the crossroads of fate and free will." His words stirred something deep within me, a recognition of truth that was as terrifying as it was liberating. I recalled the countless nights spent poring over journals, the spectral visions, and the inexplicable omens that had followed each of my wins. All of it was now converging on this singular moment. Agent of fate. I echoed, the term resonating in the hollow spaces of my mind. "Are you saying that every bet I've made, every win I've enjoyed, is part of some predetermined plan? That my life, my very soul, is not my own?" He nodded slowly, as though weighing my question on scales far beyond mortal comprehension. "Your existence has been woven into the tapestry of destiny since time immemorial," he intoned. "The contract you entered was not a mere chance encounter, but a culmination of events that span not only this life but lives that have come before. You see, the pact was your own making in a previous life, a bargain struck when hope was as scarce as the light in these darkened streets." I felt as if the very ground beneath me had shifted. The revelation was both staggering and painfully clear. The stranger who had first approached me in a rain-soaked alley, the enigmatic figure whose words had ignited the flame of my newfound fortune, was not an external force, but a reflection of a self I had long since forgotten. I struggled to come to terms with the idea that the desperate man who had once gambled his future away was, in truth, my own reincarnated soul, a soul condemned to repeat its errors until the cycle was broken. "Ere you am I to understand," I began haltingly, "that I made this pact myself, in another life, that the contract was a promise I once willingly accepted, and that you, this harbinger, are a part of me." The man's eyes softened for a moment, as if touched by the bittersweet remembrance of ages past. "Yes," he said simply, his voice tinged with melancholy. "In a time long forgotten. You faced a crossroads much like the one you confront now. Desperation, pride, and the longing for redemption led you to forge a covenant with the forces that govern destiny. And in that moment, you relinquished a piece of yourself, a promise that would echo through the corridors of time and shape every life thereafter." The enormity of his words crashed over me like a tidal wave, threatening to drown me in a flood of guilt and sorrow. I sank to my knees on the cold concrete floor, my hands trembling as I tried to process the terrible truth. "But why?" I managed to choke out. "What would I do that? What did I hope to gain?" The harbinger stepped closer, his presence both comforting and unnerving, and knelt beside me. "You were a man in turmoil," he murmured softly, as though speaking to a long-lost friend. "In your previous life, you were burdened by loss, by regret, and by the crushing weight of despair. You sought escape, a way to change your fate, to secure for yourself a future free of suffering. And in that moment, you believed that you could bargain with destiny itself. You traded a part of your soul for the promise of fortune, of power, of a life redeemed. It was a choice made in the depths of anguish, a choice that would haunt you through the ages." I stared into his eyes, searching for some spark of recognition, some sign that I could reclaim the man I once was. "So all of this, my winnings, the victories, even the debt I'm paying, it's all the result of that ancient decision. I've been living with the consequences of a choice I made long ago, without ever knowing it." He nodded, and for a long moment, we sat in silence, a silence filled with the unspoken grief of a soul divided between regret and hope. "Every win you have experienced is a reminder of that old bargain," he explained. "Each stroke of fortune, every fleeting moment of triumph, is a transaction with the forces of destiny. And now, you stand at a juncture where you can either continue to be shackled by that ancient promise or find the strength to break the cycle." My mind reeled with the implications. The life I had built, the fortune I had amassed, was not the result of mere chance, but the unfolding of a cosmic debt. The harbinger's revelation forced me to confront the possibility that every decision, every risk I had taken, was predetermined by a past that I could neither deny nor forget. "Is there a way to undo it?" I asked desperately, my voice barely a whisper. "To break free of the cycle, to reclaim what was lost." A deep, sorrowful smile touched his lips, a smile that seemed to carry the weight of millennia. "There is always a path, though it is seldom easy," he said slowly. "Redemption lies not in denying what has been, but in understanding it. To break free, you must reconcile with your past, the man you once were, and embrace the lessons that have been written in the annals of your soul. It is a journey fraught with peril and sacrifice, but it is the only way to reclaim your destiny." I felt a spark of hope ignite within me, a hope as fragile as it was defiant. "How do I begin?" I asked, determination creeping into my tone despite the uncertainty that clouded my mind. "By facing your truth," he replied firmly. "Return to the moments that led you to make that fateful bargain. Seek out the memories, the regrets, and the lost dreams that have haunted you through your many lives. Only then can you understand the true nature of the pact and the price it exacts. And when you have done so, you must choose. Choose to accept the cost, to forgive yourself for the past, and to forge a new path forward. Know that the forces of fate are not immutable. They bend before a will that is resolute and honest." I rose unsteadily to my feet, the harbinger's words echoing in the vast emptiness of the warehouse. The truth of my existence, once shrouded in mystery, now lay bare before me. I was not merely a victim of a cruel cosmic wager. I was its architect, its debtor, and, if I dared to, its redeemer. The confrontation with this embodiment of my past self, this harbinger of fate, had awakened in me a fierce resolve. I realized that my journey was far from over. It had merely taken on a new dimension. I would have to retrace the steps of a life I scarcely remembered, face the demons that had once driven me to bargain with destiny, and find a way to reconcile with the choices that had condemned me. It was a task that filled me with both dread and a tentative hope, a hope that perhaps, by understanding the full measure of my past, I could rewrite the script of my future. In the ensuing hours, we spoke at length, the conversation meandering through memories and metaphors, regrets and revelations. I recounted fragments of dreams that had haunted my sleep, the echo of a lost love, the bitter taste of unfulfilled promises, the desperate prayers whispered in the solitude of night. The harbinger listened with a patience that seemed to span eternity, interjecting only when necessary with insights that cut to the very heart of my soul. "You must see," he said at one point, his voice imbued with a quiet urgency, "that every moment of pain, every moment of joy, has contributed to who you are today. Your victories and your losses are two sides of the same coin. It is not the absence of debt that will grant you freedom, but the acceptance of its inevitability and the courage to rise above it." I looked into his eyes that, in their profound depth, reflected both the sorrow of countless lifetimes and the glimmer of redemption. In that gaze, I found the strength to confront my deepest fears. "I want to believe that I can change my destiny," I said softly. "I want to believe that I can pay this debt without losing myself entirely in the process." The harbinger placed a hand on my shoulder, a gesture of both reassurance and command. "Then you must begin by forgiving yourself," he intoned. "Understand that the choices you made in another life were born of desperation and a desire to survive. They were the acts of a man who was lost and searching for hope. Embrace that man, and allow him to guide you toward a future where the past no longer holds you captive." As the night deepened and the first hints of dawn crept through the shattered roof of the warehouse, I felt an overwhelming need to act. The encounter with the harbinger had shattered the illusions I had clung to for so long. I was no longer content to live in the shadow of a bargain made in despair. I needed to reclaim my destiny by reconciling with the echoes of my past and daring to envision a future unburdened by ancient debts. "I will do it," I declared, my voice resonating with a newfound resolve that startled even me. "I will face the man I once was. I will confront every regret and every lost dream, and I will break this cycle, once and for all." The harbinger's expression softened, and he inclined his head in acknowledgement. "Then go, and may the courage that now burns within you light your path. Remember, fate is not an unalterable decree, but a narrative written by the choices you dare to make. You hold the pen, and it is up to you to revise the story." With those words echoing in my ears, I left the warehouse, stepping out into the cool light of early morning. Each step I took felt like the first true step toward redemption, a journey that would lead me through the labyrinth of my own memories, into the depths of my soul, and, I hoped, toward a future where I could finally claim mastery over my destiny. For days afterward, I walked the city with a singular focus. I revisited places that had once been the backdrop to my greatest joys and deepest sorrows. I sought out old acquaintances and silent confidence, piecing together the mosaic of a past life that had been hidden beneath layers of time and regret. I wrote down every memory, every fragment of a dream that might offer a clue to the man had once been and perhaps still was. And slowly, as I faced each ghost from the past, I began to feel the heavy chains of that ancient pact loosen their grip. I learned that the journey to redemption is not a solitary one. In confronting the harbinger, the very embodiment of my former self, I discovered that I was not alone in my struggle. There were others, too, who carried the burden of choices made in moments of despair, whose lives had been altered by the silent calculus of fate. Their stories, when woven together with mine, formed a tapestry of shared triumphs and tragedies, a collective testament to the human's capacity for transformation, even in the face of insurmountable odds. Now, as I write these final words, I feel the spark of that redemption growing stronger. The debt I once believed was an unyielding sentence now appears as a challenge, a call to forge a new destiny from the shattered remnants of my past. I have confronted the harbinger, the echo of the man I once was, and in doing so, I have taken the first step toward reclaiming the narrative of my life. The forces that govern fate may be ancient and relentless, but they are not beyond the reach of a soul determined to rise above its own history. I carry within me the memory of that long night in the warehouse, the moment when the truth of my existence was laid bare before my eyes. That encounter, as harrowing as it was enlightening, set me on a path that I now walk with both caution and hope. Every victory, every loss, and every sacrifice that has brought me to this moment has been a lesson written in the ink of my soul. A reminder that the power to change lies not in denying the past, but in embracing it and choosing a new path forward. I now understand that fate is a tapestry woven from the threads of countless decisions, and as I continue to step boldly into the unknown, I do so with the conviction that I am the master of my destiny, a destiny that I have the power to reshape with every choice I make. The harbinger's parting words echo still in my heart that fate is not immutable, that the story of our lives is written not by the hands of destiny alone, but by the courage with which we face our own truths. In the light of a new dawn, I stride forward, knowing that the journey to redemption is long and fraught with peril. Yet I am emboldened by the knowledge that each step brings me closer to a future, where the debt of every win may finally be reconciled with the promise of a life reclaimed. I have confronted the harbinger, the mirror of my own soul, and in doing so, I have begun to write a new chapter in the endless chronicle of fate. The weight of my past had never felt heavier. It had settled into my bones, wrapped itself around my thoughts, and refused to release its grip. Ever since the confrontation with the harbinger, the embodiment of my past self, I had been living with the knowledge that my fate was not a cruel accident, but the product of choices I had made long ago. I had forged my own shackles, signed my own contract, and sealed my own fate. But if that was true, then maybe, just maybe, I still had the power to change it. The city stretched before me, neon-lit and restless, its streets pulsing with the same hunger that had once driven me to chase the fleeting thrill of victory. But now, every flickering light and whispered bet felt like a countdown to something inevitable. I had spent weeks retracing my steps, revisiting the places where my past had taken root, searching for a way to tip the scales in my favor. The deeper I dug, the more I realized that every win I had ever claimed had been a part of an equation I had never fully understood. The ledger was real, not just as an abstract concept of debt and balance, but as a living, breathing force that governed my existence. Each victory was a line in its pages, each loss a correction to the equation, and somewhere within its intricate, cosmic accounting was a way out. But the only way to find it was to make a final bet, one last gamble that would either free me from this cycle or condemn me to repeat it for eternity. I had no choice. I had to stake everything. The first step was to find the ledger itself. It wasn't something I could hold in my hands, but I knew it existed somewhere, an ethereal record of every choice I had made, inscribed in spectral ink just like the prophecy that had first shown me my demise. If I could find it, I might be able to rewrite it. But where does one find the record of their own soul? The answer came in the form of an old gambler named Elias. Elias was a relic of another era, a man whose presence was woven into the fabric of the underground gambling world. His face was creased with the marks of time, his hands steady despite the weight of 100 lost fortunes. He had seen it all, played every game, and, if the rumors were true, had once glimpsed the very edge of fate itself. "You're looking for something dangerous," he said when I approached him in a dimly lit card room beneath an abandoned speakeasy. His voice was gravelly, worn down by years of whiskey and regret. "The ledger is not a thing you can steal or barter for. It's a living record, written in the choices you make. But there is a way to see it, to stand before it and face the truth of your debts. I leaned in, heart pounding. How? Elias exhaled slowly, as if measuring the weight of his words. There's a game, he said finally. One that doesn't exist in this world, but in the spaces between. A table where the highest stakes are played, where fortunes and souls are won and lost. That's where you'll find the ledger. I felt a chill run through me. Where is this game? Elias gave a small, bitter smile. It's not in any casino. It's in the cracks of reality, in the places where time bends and the past lingers. Only those who are meant to find it do. The implication was clear. This wasn't a game I could simply walk into. I had to be called to it. And for that to happen, I needed to make a wager so significant that fate itself would take notice. A wager of everything. It took 3 days. 3 days of walking through the city, retracing every loss, every regret. I returned to the alley where the stranger, where I had first made the pact. I stood in the rain, letting the memories settle into my skin like ink soaking into parchment. I went back to the abandoned theater, where I had seen my demise written in spectral ink, watching as the dust swirled in the dim light. I played game after game, betting recklessly, winning and losing in equal measure, pushing myself closer to the edge. And then, on the third night, I found it, or rather, it found me. It started with a whisper in the wind, a voice I recognized as my own, calling me forward. The city seemed to tilt, the streets folding into themselves as I followed the invisible pull toward an unfamiliar part of town. I arrived at a door that shouldn't have existed, a narrow, unmarked entrance at the end of a forgotten alley. There was no handle, no bell, just a single phrase etched into the wood. Only those who understand the cost may enter. I took a breath, placed my hand on the door, and pushed. The room beyond was unlike anything I had ever seen. A circular table sat at the center, its surface made of black glass that shimmered like liquid ink. The walls stretched into infinity, lined with shelves that held countless books, each one glowing faintly as if imbued with life. A single figure sat across from me, shuffling a deck of cards with slow, deliberate precision. The harbinger. Or was it me? The man who sat at the table looked like an older version of myself, worn, wary, yet exuding an air of absolute control. He looked up as I entered, his eyes reflecting the stars. "You came," he said. "I was wondering when you'd be ready." I swallowed hard. "Is this the ledger?" He nodded. "It's all here. Every decision, every gamble, every price paid." I stepped closer, feeling the weight of my existence pressing down on me. "Can I rewrite it?" The harbinger smiled, not unkindly, but with the knowing expression of someone who had seen this moment play out 1,000 times. "You can try," he said, "but everything has a cost." He gestured to the deck of cards in his hands. "One final game," he said. "Wager unlike any other. Win, and you walk away free. No more debts, no more cycles. Lose, and you fulfill the contract you wrote in another life. The ledger will close, and you will become what I am." I sat down. The cards were dealt. The game was unlike any I had ever played. There were no chips, no markers of wealth or status. Instead, each card revealed a moment from my life. Flashes of memory, decisions that had led me here. With every round, I was forced to confront the weight of my choices, the victories and sacrifices that had shaped me. The deck was stacked with echoes of my past, the night I had first placed my trust in luck, the moment I had signed the contract, the faces of those I had left behind in pursuit of fortune. With each hand, the stakes grew higher. I could feel the ledger shifting, adjusting, calculating the balance of my existence, and then, at the final round, the harbinger placed a single card before me. A mirror. I saw my reflection, not as I was, but as I could be. A man unburdened. A man who had paid his debts. I reached out, my hand hovering over the card. "This is the moment," the harbinger said. "Choose." I closed my eyes, and I made my bet. The world shattered. The table, the room, the harbinger. Everything collapsed into a whirlwind of ink and light, a maelstrom of rewritten destiny. I felt myself falling, weightless, my existence dissolving into pure possibility. The ledger burned around me, pages flying apart, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity I was free. When I opened my eyes, I was back in the city. No casinos, no spectral visions, just me. The weight was gone. I looked down at my hands, half expecting to see them marked by fate's cruel ledger. But they were steady. For the first time in my life, they were steady. I took a deep breath, the cold night air filling my lungs. And then I walked forward, into a future that, for the first time, was mine to write. I had long known that the final act was inevitable. Every step, every win and every loss had led me inexorably to this moment, a moment when the neon-drenched city would fade behind me, and I would stand face to face with the force that had dictated my destiny. The abandoned warehouse loomed before me like a dark cathedral, its broken windows and sagging roof a silent testament to forgotten promises. Under the indifferent gaze of a full, cold moon, I stepped forward into the gloom, the echo of my footsteps the only sound to accompany me. Every nerve in my body vibrated with anticipation and dread. I knew that tonight I would either break free of the ancient pact or be forever bound by its curse. Inside, the vast interior was a maze of rusted metal beams and scattered debris, the silence punctuated by the occasional drip of water from leaky ceilings. Shadows danced in the flickering light of a solitary, sputtering bulb that hung from a frayed cable. I moved cautiously, every sense alert, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm that seemed to merge with the distant hum of the city beyond these walls. The memories of my past, the spectral ink, the final ledger, the confrontation with the harbinger, swirled in my mind, merging into a single, burning question: could I, by risking everything in one final showdown, alter the course of my fate? I had been a gambler all my life, a man who had risked and won, lost and learned, always teetering on the knife edge of chance. But the stakes now were not measured in money or fleeting triumphs. They were measured in the very essence of my soul. Every win that had once filled me with ecstatic euphoria now carried an undercurrent of impending loss. A debt that grew with every roll of the dice and every stroke of fate's pen. The final ledger, that incorruptible record of every decision, had finally demanded reckoning. And tonight, in this forsaken warehouse, I was prepared to face that reckoning head-on. I made my way to the center of the cavernous space, where the air felt thick with the weight of unspoken histories. It was here, amid the ruins of forgotten dreams, that I knew the presence of my nemesis would be revealed. My eyes scanned the darkness until, emerging from behind a collapsed support beam, a figure appeared. At first, I hesitated. Was it the harbinger I had confronted before, or had fate taken on a new, more terrible guise? The man who now advanced toward me carried an aura of solemn finality. His features were chiseled and inscrutable, his eyes gleaming with a light that seemed to straddle the boundary between mortal sorrow and otherworldly determination. In that moment, I recognized him immediately. He was the embodiment of every whispered prophecy, the living personification of fate itself. And, in a terrible twist that had haunted me for months, he was also a reflection of my own long-forgotten self. For a heartbeat, the world seemed to hold its breath as our eyes met. In his gaze, I saw the weight of countless regrets, the pain of choices made in desperation and lost dreams, and the faintest glimmer of hope that perhaps there was still a chance for redemption. I knew that this confrontation was more than a physical showdown. It was a collision of two souls, bound by an ancient contract, and destined to clash until one emerged victorious. I squared my shoulders, feeling the familiar surge of adrenaline and the quiet resolve that had carried me through every trial before this one. "Tonight," I said, my voice echoing off the cold concrete walls, "I put everything on the line. I will no longer be a slave to this ancient debt." My words were both a challenge and a prayer, a plea to the indifferent cosmos that it might finally grant me the freedom I so desperately craved. The man before me inclined his head slowly, a small, wry smile curving his lips. "You have come far, gambler," he replied in a voice that resonated with the gravitas of fate. Every choice, every win, and every loss has led you to this crossroads. But know this, the price you must pay is not measured in mere victories. It is measured in the very essence of who you are. And to break free, you must be willing to sacrifice everything, even the remnants of your past self. His words struck me with the force of an avalanche. I recalled the countless nights spent poring over my journal, the spectral visions that foretold my demise, and the painful recollections of a life that had once been my own. In that relentless ledger of destiny, I had seen the debt accumulate line by inexorable line. And now, here in the cold heart of the warehouse, the final confrontation beckoned. We circled each other slowly, two figures locked in a deadly dance beneath the indifferent light of the moon. Every movement, every subtle shift in posture was laden with meaning. I remembered the haunting message of the spectral ink, a warning that every win would come at a price, and I knew that tonight, that price would be demanded in full. I had already tasted the bittersweet elation of victory and the soul-crushing despair of loss. Now, I was prepared to risk it all for one final chance at rewriting my destiny. A low wind stirred the dust at our feet, carrying with it the murmurs of 1,000 unspoken regrets. The silence was broken only by our measured breathing and the distant rumble of thunder, as if the very heavens were preparing for the climax of our encounter. With a swift, almost imperceptible motion, the man drew from within his cloak a pair of cards, each one intricately marked with the symbols of fate and the echoes of ancient promises. I recognized them immediately. They were the cards of destiny, instruments in the final wager that would decide the balance of my soul. He extended one card toward me, his eyes never leaving mine. "This is your hand," he said softly. "In it are inscribed every decision you have ever made, every victory you have claimed, and every loss that has left its mark. To break free of the pact, you must risk everything on this final draw." I took the card with trembling fingers, my heart pounding so fiercely I feared it might shatter the fragile peace of the moment. As I held it aloft in the pale moonlight, I saw images flicker across its surface, a montage of moments from my past, the desperate thrill of a win, the crushing sorrow of a defeat, the faces of those I had loved and lost, and the silent witness of every choice that had led me here. The card pulsed with an eerie light, as if imbued with the very spirit of destiny itself. "Are you prepared?" the harbinger asked, his tone both compassionate and inexorable. I closed my eyes for a brief moment, summoning the courage to face the full measure of my fate. When I opened them again, my gaze was steady. "I am," I declared, my voice resolute despite the tremor of uncertainty that lay beneath. "I will stake everything on this final draw, and if fate demands a sacrifice, then so be it." In that instant, the warehouse seemed to pulse with a raw, primordial energy. The air vibrated as if charged by the hand of the cosmos, and the shadows around us coalesced into shapes that whispered of ancient oaths and long-forgotten bargains. The harbinger nodded slowly and, with a deliberate flourish, drew a second card from beneath his cloak. He held it aloft so that its face was visible, a mirror image of the card I held, yet inscribed with symbols I had never seen before. The cards were laid upon a makeshift altar in the center of the room. A battered slab of concrete, scarred by the passage of time and the weight of countless secrets. I stepped forward and placed my card beside his, the silence stretching out as if time itself were pausing to bear witness to our gamble. All around us, the dim light of the warehouse flickered uncertainly, as though the very fabric of reality were on the brink of being rewritten. Then, as if triggered by some unseen mechanism, the cards began to glow with an unearthly radiance. The symbols etched upon them came alive, swirling in mesmerizing patterns that defied mortal comprehension. The glow intensified until the cards seemed to float in midair, suspended by a force that was at once both benevolent and terrifying. In that moment, the warehouse transformed into a stage where the very essence of destiny was laid bare, a stage upon which every victory, and every defeat of my past life was displayed in vivid, pulsating light. I felt my breath catch in my throat as the glow reached its zenith. The cards projected images into the darkness, scenes of my past glories and tragedies, moments of triumph that had been tinged with the bitter taste of sacrifice, and the faces of those who had borne witness to my journey. Amidst the kaleidoscope of memories, one image stood out, a final, stark portrait of the man I had once been, his eyes filled with desperate hope and defiant resolve. It was as if the ledger of my life had come to a singular focus, and in that focus, I saw both the end and the beginning. A voice, deep and resonant as the tolling of a great bell, echoed through the vast chamber. "The final ledger awaits," it intoned. "This is the moment of reckoning. Will you choose to break the cycle and reclaim your destiny, or will you surrender to the debt that has chained you through the ages?" The words seemed to vibrate within me, steering a torrent of emotions that I had long kept buried. I knew that this final gamble was not simply a matter of chance, but a profound confrontation with the very nature of my soul. Every choice I had ever made, every risk, every regret, had led me here, and now, standing on the threshold of an unknown future, I realized that the outcome of this final showdown would determine not only the fate of my present self, but of every incarnation that had come before and would come after. I took a deep breath and stepped forward, extending my hand to touch the glowing cards. The moment my fingers brushed against the ethereal light, I felt as though the boundaries between past and present, between destiny and free will, were dissolving. A surge of energy coursed through me, and for a fleeting instant, I experienced the totality of my existence, every joy, every sorrow, every sacrifice merging into a single, overwhelming vision. I saw myself as a child, dreaming of a future filled with endless possibilities. I saw the man I had become, a gambler, a wanderer, a soul chained by an ancient bargain. And I saw the promise of what I could be, if only I had the strength to break the cycle. In that moment, the final choice was laid bare before me. The ledger was not an immutable record. It was a challenge, a call to arms issued by the forces of fate themselves. I could either choose to defy the destiny that had been written for me or accept the burden of every win, every loss, every moment of glory and despair that had led me to this final hour. I closed my eyes, letting the myriad voices of my past speak to me in a single, resonant plea. Rewrite your story. Claim your freedom. When I opened my eyes again, I knew what I must do. With deliberate, steady resolve, I reached out and drew in a deep breath. I gathered all the courage I could muster. The hope of redemption, the lessons of every trial, and the fierce determination to reclaim the reins of my destiny. I would not be defined by the debts of my past. I would redefine them. I whispered to the silent expanse, I choose life. I choose freedom. I choose to break this cycle. At the warehouse shuddered as if in response. The glowing cards flashed brilliantly, and the images they cast exploded into a brilliant cascade of light. For an eternity compressed into a single heartbeat, I felt the chains of fate shatter around me. The ledger, that eternal record of every gamble, every sacrifice, began to dissolve into motes of shimmering dust that swirled upward into the night sky. A profound silence fell over the room, a silence so deep and all-encompassing that it seemed to cradle me in its infinite embrace. I stood there, alone yet unburdened, feeling the heavy weight of my past slip away like water through my fingers. The harbinger, whose solemn eyes had once mirrored my own despair, now looked upon me with a quiet smile of approval, as if acknowledging that I had finally seized my destiny. "You have done what few have dared," he murmured, his voice soft and almost tender. "You have rewritten your story, balanced the ledger, and broken the cycle that bound you. The cost of every win has been paid, and in its place, you now hold the power to chart your own course." I nodded slowly, my throat tight with emotion. In that moment, I understood that this final showdown was not the end, but the beginning of a new chapter, one in which I was no longer defined by debts and bargains, but by the choices I made freely and boldly. The neon-lit city outside awaited, indifferent and eternal, as a blank page on which I would write the story of my rebirth. I stepped away from the table and left the warehouse, each step lighter than the last. The cold night air greeted me, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, I breathed deeply without the crushing weight of inevitability. The city's pulsating lights seemed to welcome me back, not as a lost soul forever chained to fate, but as a man reborn, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead with unyielding resolve and hope. As I walked through the empty streets, memories of past triumphs and tragedies mingled with the promise of an unwritten future. I knew that there would be more battles, more moments when the cosmic ledger would demand its due. But now, armed with the understanding that every win and every loss was mine to define, I was determined to face those challenges head on. I would no longer allow fate to dictate the terms of my existence. I would be the master of my destiny, the author of my own story. The journey from that desolate warehouse to the bright horizon was filled with quiet moments of introspection and subtle joys. The first gentle laugh shared with a stranger on a busy street, the unexpected kindness of a long, forgotten friend, the warm embrace of the morning sun after a stormy night. Each of these moments was a testament to the power of free will, a reminder that the future was not preordained, but was to be forged through courage and conviction. In the days that followed, I retraced my steps through the labyrinth of my former life, not as a penitent, but as a man reclaiming his true self. I sought out the places where I had once lost so much and found solace in the realization that every heartbreak and every victory had led me to this ultimate moment of rebirth. The final showdown had not erased the past. It had transformed it, turning each regret and every sacrifice into a stepping stone toward a future of my own making. Now, as I stand at the threshold of a new dawn, I know that the journey is far from over. The cosmic ledger may always keep its silent account, and the forces of fate may continue to whisper their challenges in the dark corners of existence. But I have learned that destiny is not an unchangeable decree. It is a story that we write with every choice, every act of defiance, every moment of tender hope. Tonight, beneath the vast expanse of a starlit sky, I have faced the final showdown. I have seen the ledger of my life laid bare, and with trembling hands and a resolute heart, have chosen to rewrite my fate. The debt of every win, the cost of every triumph and every loss, has been balanced by the courage to embrace a future unburdened by the chains of the past. I walk now with a lightness in my step and a fire in my soul, ready to greet each new day as an opportunity to live, to love, and to create a destiny that is wholly and unconditionally my own. The night behind me is a tapestry of memories and lessons. The dawn before me, a canvas waiting to be painted with the colors of hope, joy, and endless possibility. And so, I move forward, unafraid of the storms that may come, for I know that within me lies the power to weather any tempest, and to write a new story in the unyielding ink of my own free will. I have broken the cycle. I have faced the cost of every win, and in doing so, I have claimed the promise of a life unshackled by fate. And as the city awakens in the soft glow of a new day, I step into that light with the certainty that my destiny is mine to define, now and forevermore. I stand at the threshold of destiny with my heart pounding a relentless rhythm, and my soul heavy with the echoes of every gamble, every win, and every crushing loss that has defined my journey. For years, I have danced with fate, a desperate gambler entwined in an ancient pact, whose ink was as spectral as the memories of past lives. Each moment was a wager against forces that defied mortal comprehension. Now, in the cold embrace of midnight, I face the final crossroads, a choice between breaking the cycle that has haunted me for so long, or succumbing to the curse that claims my every victory. The city around me is alive with the pulse of neon lights and the hum of midnight traffic. But here, in the derelict warehouse that has borne silent witness to my transformation, time seems to slow. Every step I take echoes with the weight of 1,000 memories, each a testament to both the triumphs and tragedies that have paved the way to this fateful confrontation. I have traversed countless alleys of despair and climbed the precarious ladder of fortune. I have seen the spectral ink that foretold my downfall and have met the harbinger who revealed that the pact was my own making in a lifelong past. Tonight, I stand before the culmination of all those choices. The warehouse is vast and cavernous, a place where shadows cling to every broken beam and the cold air tastes of regret. I recall the whispers of the past as I enter, each murmur a reminder of the victories that cost me dearly. Every win had been a stroke on an invisible ledger, a cosmic debt meticulously recorded by forces beyond my ken. I have learned that every triumph is double-edged and the cost, though unseen, grows inexorably with every gamble. Now, as I gaze at the scarred concrete floor and the peeling walls that have seen more secrets than any man should bear, I understand that tonight is not merely about a final showdown. It is about reclaiming the very essence of my soul. I move slowly through the darkness, my footsteps measured and deliberate. The path here is fraught with the weight of all the choices I made in my previous life. The desperate signature on that cursed contract. The nights spent chasing the ephemeral promise of fortune. The days spent grappling with the cost of every win. Every detail of my journey converges here, in this final moment. I recall the spectral vision of my demise, the haunting ink that danced across the pages of fate, and the echo of my past self, urging me to either break free or be forever chained to this relentless cycle. The air is thick with tension as I approach the center of the warehouse, where the final confrontation is to unfold. At the heart of the warehouse, illuminated by a solitary beam of moonlight piercing through a shattered skylight, stands an ornate pedestal draped in tattered velvet. On it lies a weathered, leather-bound book, the final ledger. Its pages are filled with an intricate script written in spectral ink that pulses with an ethereal glow. I know that within this ledger is the sum total of my life's wagers, a meticulous account of every victory, every sacrifice, every moment when fate demanded its due. It is the embodiment of my eternal debt, and only by confronting its pages can I hope to alter the outcome. I step forward and gently trace my fingers along the embossed cover, feeling as if I am touching the very fabric of destiny. The air around me vibrates with energy, and for a brief moment, I sense the presence of every lost dream and every bittersweet triumph I have ever experienced. The ledger is both a burden and a beacon, its ancient words a reminder of the price of every win and a challenge to rewrite the story that has been dictated by forces beyond my control. As I open the ledger, the spectral ink shimmers and shifts, revealing images from my past in a swirling dance of light and shadow. I see the neon glow of the city where it all began, the desperate gambler I once was, and the mysterious stranger who'd ignited the chain of events that led me here. I witnessed the moment I signed away my future, the silent contract that bound my soul, and the countless victories that, though intoxicating, came with an ever-increasing toll. The ledger tells a story of a man who sought to defy fate only to be ensnared by his own choices. A story that is mine, a deep, resonant voice seems to emanate from the ledger itself, reverberating through the cavernous space. The debt of every win is written in the ink of your soul. The price of fortune is eternal, yet the power to break the cycle lies within you. I feel a shiver run through my body as these words echo in my mind. They are both a warning and an invitation, a call to arms against the relentless forces that have dictated my destiny. I know that the final decision is mine alone, to continue down the path of endless gambling with fate, or to shatter the chains that have held me captive for so long. The ledger's pages begin to glow brighter, and images of my past lives, of choices made in moments of desperation and hope, rise before my eyes. I see the faces of loved ones lost, the bitter taste of regret, and the fleeting moments of triumph that were always shadowed by the looming threat of an unpayable debt. Each image is a reminder of the person I was and the man I have become, a man defined by risk, by defiance, and by the relentless pursuit of redemption. I close my eyes, taking a deep breath as I gather every ounce of courage within me. I recall the words of the harbinger, the man who revealed that the pact was my own making in a previous life. I remember his sullen eyes, the quiet authority in his voice, and his final charge: fate is not immutable. You hold the pen to your own destiny. Only by facing your truth can you rewrite your story. Those words have haunted me, driven me to seek out the ledger, and now they spur me to act. In this moment, the warehouse seems to fade away, and I am left with only the ledger and the weight of my past. I realize that to break free, I must confront the very core of my being, to acknowledge every mistake, every regret, and every moment of reckless abandon that led me to this final hour. I must choose to accept the cost of every win, to embrace the pain of my losses, and to let go of the guilt that has shackled me for so long. Slowly, I begin to speak aloud, my voice trembling but resolute. I have gambled with fate and paid dearly for every victory. I have seen the cost in the eyes of those I have loved and lost. But no more, I declare, my words carrying across the silent vastness of the warehouse. I choose to break free. I choose to rewrite my destiny. The words reverberate through me, and I feel a strange warmth begin to spread through my chest. A warmth that might be hope, redemption, or the first flicker of a future unburdened by the weight of ancient debts. The spectral ink on the ledger shimmers and dances as if responding to my declaration. The pages flutter open, and the images within seem to shift and realign. I watch in awe as scenes of my past merge with visions of what might be. A life not dictated by endless wagers with fate, but one where I am free to chart my own course. I see the man I could become, a man unburdened by the relentless tally of every win and every loss, a man who has finally claimed his own story. A sudden gust of wind sweeps through the warehouse, and the ledger's pages begin to dissolve into a cascade of glowing motes. They swirl around me, lifting the weight of the past from my shoulders like autumn leaves caught in a gentle breeze. I feel the invisible chains that have bound me loosen, each mote of spectral ink a symbol of the debt that I am finally prepared to forego. The moment is both exultant and terrifying, for I know that this choice comes at the ultimate cost, a sacrifice of all that I have known, and a surrender of the old self that once made that fateful bargain. In that breathtaking moment of transformation, the ledger's final words echo in my mind. Destiny is not sealed in stone, but written in the heart of one who dares to dream anew. I feel a surge of exhilaration and clarity as I stand at the precipice of my new life. The cost of every win, the pain of every loss, and the relentless pull of fate have all led to this singular, defining moment. I have chosen to break the cycle. I have chosen to embrace the uncertainty of a future not preordained by ancient contracts, but sculpted by my own free will. Yet even as I celebrate this liberation, a lingering shadow of doubt remains. The forces that once dictated my fate do not vanish without a fight. In the recesses of my mind, I can still hear the haunting echo of the harbinger's words, reminders that every choice has its consequences, and that the price of freedom may be steep. I remember the trembling uncertainty in his gaze when he said, "Every victory has its cost. To break free, you must be willing to sacrifice even the remnants of your past." It is a burden I have carried for so long, and even now, as I stride toward a future of my own making, I cannot help but wonder, will the old depths rise again to claim me, or have I truly severed the ties that bound me? I walk out of the warehouse into the cold light of dawn, my steps steady and my spirit unburdened. The city around me is awakening, the neon glow fading into the soft hues of morning. I feel the fresh promise of a new day, a day that is mine to define. Every breath is a reminder that I have reclaimed control over my destiny, that I am no longer at the mercy of an unyielding ledger, but the master of my own fate. In the days that follow, I begin to rebuild my life from the ground up. I revisit the places where I once gambled with fate, not as a desperate gambler, but as a man who has learned the true cost of every win and every loss. I meet with old acquaintances and forge new bonds, sharing my story with those who, like me, have long yearned to break free of invisible chains. I immerse myself in quiet reflection and in the simple pleasures of life. A sunrise over the city skyline, the laughter of strangers on a busy street, the warmth of a genuine smile. Each moment is a step toward healing, a proof that destiny can be rewritten with courage and love. Yet even as I embrace this newfound freedom, I remain ever vigilant, for I know that the forces of fate are persistent and that the ledger of my life may one day call for its due. I carry the memory of the warehouse and the final confrontation with me like a sacred talisman. A reminder that every debt can be balanced if one is willing to risk everything for the sake of redemption. I keep a small token from that night, a fragment of spectral ink preserved in a locket, a symbol of both the price I once paid and the freedom I have since won. It serves as a constant reminder that while fate may be relentless, it is not absolute. The power to choose, to defy, and to be reborn lies within each of us. Now, as I sit beneath the soft glow of twilight, I reflect on the arduous journey that has brought me to this point. I have faced the lure of endless fortune, the torment of relentless debt, and the ghostly echo of a past that I once believed was forever lost. I have confronted the harbinger, the mirror of my own soul, and in doing so, I have discovered that breaking the cycle requires not only strength and sacrifice, but also forgiveness. I have forgiven the man I once was, and in that forgiveness, I have found the courage to embrace the future. At last, the final choice has been made. I have chosen to break free from the ancient pact that held me captive, to shatter the ledger that recorded every desperate wager of my life, and to step boldly into a new chapter defined not by the cost of every win, but by the limitless promise of what may yet be. Whether the cosmic forces of fate will one day test me again remains unknown. But for now, I walk forward with the certainty that my destiny is mine to shape. A destiny not written in spectral ink or sealed by an ancient bargain, but forged with each deliberate, free choice. In the echo of that final showdown, I have discovered a truth that resonates deep within me, that life, in all its tumultuous splendor, is a series of moments both fragile and fierce, a delicate balance between breaking and succumbing. I have chosen to break. I have chosen to defy the relentless ledger and to reclaim my soul from the debts of a past life. And so, with the rising sun casting golden rays over the sleeping city, I step into the future with a heart unburdened and a spirit unchained, ready to write a new story, a story of hope, redemption, and the indomitable power of human will. I know now that every victory, every loss, every moment of reckless abandon has led me to this final, defining hour. I have been a gambler, a wanderer, a man haunted by his own choices, but I am also a man reborn, a man who, with each new sunrise, has the power to break the cycle or to succumb. And tonight, I have chosen to break free. I choose to embrace the unknown, to chart a future unburdened by ancient debts, and to live a life defined not by the cost of every win, but by the promise of every new beginning. Standing beneath the vast expanse of a cerulean sky, I feel the truth of my choice settle into my bones. The ledger of fate, once so formidable, has been written by my own hand. My destiny is no longer a predetermined contract sealed in spectral ink. It is a living, breathing testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the power of redemption. And as I continue forward, every step is a victory, every breath an act of defiance against the forces that once sought to claim me. This is my final moment of reckoning, the moment when I choose life, freedom, and the unyielding hope of a future built on my own terms. I have broken the pact, I have repaid the cost of every win, and I have reclaimed my soul from the darkness that once threatened to devour it. With each passing moment, I write a new chapter in the chronicle of my existence, a chapter where fate is not an unchangeable decree, but a story that I craft with every courageous, free decision I make. I walk now into the unknown, unafraid of the challenges that lie ahead, for I know that the power to shape my destiny resides within me. And as the city awakens to a new day, I step forward, unburdened, unchained, and resolute in the knowledge that I have finally chosen to break, not succumb, to the relentless cost of every win.